We are in day 6, week 2 of Lori Vallow Daybell trial, and we are getting justice for Charles Vallow. Yesterday, day 5, we saw the medical examiner take the stand. We saw witness talking about the Social Security benefits. We saw also Detective Cassandra, female detective, take the stand talking about the day that Charles was shot and Lori's nonchalant behavior. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Linda with It's a Crime, and we are going to get into it today. Let's get into it. We are just 14 minutes shy of starting day 6. Lori was yesterday, her behavior was particularly calm. She had a little bit snark, but not like last week. So I've been thinking about this, and I wonder who's telling her, who's been watching the shows all over, but also this show. And I wonder what feedback she's taking, because she was oddly calm yesterday and she was subdued. I don't know why. I'm curious as to why, but that was Monday. Today's Tuesday, and we have Wednesday and Thursday. So little Shih Tzu's gonna be gonna be showing her true colors, I'm sure, today. Welcome, everyone. If you have a moment, please click the like button below. Share it if you can, and that way other people will know what's happening. I did not add the announcement in the community tab this morning, so I will be doing that. I might take a few minutes after we chit chat for a couple minutes. Laura says maybe her lawyer advisor, could be, but it was, I would have nipped that earlier than Thursday. Sarah says maybe they have her on some meds. Maybe. Cat's Karma Trino says, good morning, Linda. It's been a while. You're looking fantastic. Thank you. I actually slept last night, so that feels good. And Brandy says, I think her snark is all about who the witness is. 1,000%. However, I would have expected a little bit more yesterday, but maybe she had Friday, Saturday, Sunday to calm down, do her little low workout in their prison cell. Maybe she talked to Chad through her portal potty. Maybe she did some reflections and read her Bible, and maybe the right part of the Bible instead of the phrase where she likes to phrase about her third husband, Joseph Ryan. If you come at me once, if you come at me twice, then it's okay to kill. In her mind. So there's that. Road Less Traveled says, absolutely love Linda's channel in the chat. We have so much fun. Yesterday, I had some pretty good screenshots that I pulled up from the comments, because the comments are the best, right? Some of the comments in this chat is hilarious. And somebody said, nonchalant, I Shih Tzu not, which I absolutely loved, was hilarious. And someone else put ordinary as your chicken cheese enchiladas, because she was focused on, Lori was focused with Detective Cassandra. She didn't want to talk about nonchalant. She just wanted to talk about the neutral word ordinary. But what was funny, and I hope the jurors catch this, was when Lori was talking to the detective saying, and you guys were calm, and the medics were calm, and the firefighters were calm. It's like, yeah, but there's a difference, you idiot. You're not supposed to be calm. Your husband of 15 years just was murdered by your brother, and you're not asking who's okay, who's on first, who's on second, what's on third. So how long till kickoff? 10 minutes, it should be. Susan J says, wonder if we will get Pebbles Barbie back at all. Oh, the Shih Tzu hairdo is not retired. It'll be here. Maybe she'll even spruce it up a little more. Maybe she collected a little more toilet paper rolls to put in her hair. Maybe we should try it. We should all do a shih tzu. Maybe I could do a shih tzu look. Hold on. I gotta fluff it up though. Like this feels like the '90s or whatever. All over maybe. We'll do Shih Tzu Barbie someday, right when you guys least expect it. You gotta laugh. I mean, she was so nonchalada yesterday. My laugh gets you laughing. Oh, we have to have a little bit of fun. I mean, seriously, the Lola workout. Good morning, fellow Canadian. So today we'll have about 9 more minutes before it starts. The normal lunch hour is about 12:30 for them, 1:30 for me. I will be going, oh look, 1122 it says on my phone. I will be on a phone call during lunch. However, perhaps I could pull something up that you can watch. And then once my phone call's done, we can go on there. But maybe we could watch something, maybe one of my videos, or maybe something that has to do with Charles, depending on what comes up this morning. And then that way you guys can still watch, enjoy the details, and I can do my phone call because it's regarding my dad. So I want to make sure I know what the heck is going on. And then I'll be back. My son has an appointment with my ex, so I don't have to worry about go picking up from school or anything like that. So I'm here. So there we are. Pearl's Dream says Lori's snark is how much the witness disagrees with her or her perception on what they're saying. 100%. So she wants the opportunity to be like, okay, Kay's on the stand. I'm going to get her. And then, Adam's on the stand. Let me remind him about my green chili chicken enchiladas that are canned that I put in a crock pot that Colby Ryan, her own son, says they were below mid. Yeah. One thing about this, and this is going to sound a little weird. You guys will be like, why is Linda pointing this out? But this is weird. Lori's at the time of her interview at the cop shop, she was talking about how JJ likes his fries and he likes this and he likes that and his Sprite and all that. Okay. What is weird to me is typically in a family, if you have someone extremely fit and eats extremely healthy, like Lori would, she has a background in competition and all that, which I do too, but not like Lori. God, there's something going on here. What's going on? Anyway, it's surprising to me how she would be like, oh, let's get JJ some fast food before school because of the values in her mind that are hers. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm not judging if people go and get breakfast like that. It's just curious how Lori has a different protocol for herself and not for her children. I find that odd. I guess now I wouldn't find that odd because we know how she is. Hopefully you guys are understanding, you're picking up what I'm putting down. What else? There was something else I was going to say too. Anyway, you could tell she's an idiot. You could tell she's an idiot. The judge ripped her a new one. I love that. If you guys remember the exact thing that they said, that the judge said, I feel like I can't speak this morning. Maybe I had too much sleep. One of the quotes that Lori said yesterday in the camera footage was, I don't like him and that's how it is, which is an important point about Charles and how she doesn't like him. But the nonchalant she did not like. We have about 5 minutes before it's going to start. day 6. Now, I find it weird. Didn't you guys find it weird that the prosecution might feel like they're done on Thursday? I feel like that's way too soon. I don't know. I feel like there needs to be more in depth. Is that maybe because I like the details? Or do you feel like it's been covered so far? Or do we need more? I'm happy to be here. Is it me or the comments look different this morning when I put them on my screen? Lori did not like the word ordinary. Sleuthy TV says she single-handedly has become the downfall of the enchilada. Never look at them the same again. Bowmeister says, so nice to see you back, Linda. No one can narrate a trial like you. Thank you. I've seen a lot of comments yesterday that you guys are enjoying the snark just between in the chat and also, as always, from me, but that I'm snarky. But I'm so happy that you guys have a place that's safe, that we could chit chat, that we don't have to worry, and we could just be ourselves and watch this, you know what, show go down and watch Lori. I mean, it's a moment we've been waiting for how many years? And imagine the family. And Kay did an amazing, amazing job last week, Kay Woodcock. And we saw Adam Cox not even flinch to Lori. She's like, no, how many years has it been then? No? I don't know. But like 1 year, like 2 years, 3, 5? I don't know. And then she had to go up it and talk about her stupid cooking and the enchiladas. Maybe you should have asked the detective for a better recipe, Lori. This chat is great because all the silly things that pop in my head can be said out loud without judgment. Exactly. We just need to say it, get it out there. Oh, yes, I will get the numbers out and change the subs today. Hello, Kieran. Everyone in chat. Okay, no, I'm gonna have to. I'm sorry. The Shih Tzu look needs to be better. I will be better for you. I will make it work on a day where you don't even know when it's gonna happen. I feel like there we go. You don't know when it's gonna happen. It's just I'll get my Shih Tzu and my sunglasses. Should start in 2 minutes, everyone. Welcome, welcome. If the state rests on Thursday, Monday, Lori starts her witness for defense on Monday. But I find that that's too early for me. I feel like it's not enough yet for the prosecution. She's so Shih Tzu stupid. And in my opinion, she shot the second shot at Charles. Kareen says, well, you know what? A lot of people are saying that they feel that she did. Maybe we need to all have pink on for illegally blonde. The Shih Tzu Barbie emoji that we did yesterday, that's if you're a member of It's a Crime, which is believe it's $2 for that. So you could use the emojis and chit chat, and even on under my videos, you could use the emojis. Let's pull up Shih Tzu Barbie just for Shih Tzus and giggles. We need some laughter in our life. Not nonchalant. Shih Tzu Barbie. I need to change it to Barbie, as I said the other day. Oh, I love you guys. I'm so glad we could do this together. I need some laughter. Thank you, Bella Italian. We'll find out how he is. Kathy says, but maybe Linda, Charles had promised to take JJ out for breakfast, and so she was fulfilling that for him. Hopefully she did feed him the nutritious food every day as a stay-at-home mom. See, I don't think she did. I don't think she did. I would love to find out that, but she said on camera too that, oh, JJ's particular. Now, it's important, especially on the spectrum, in my opinion, that people and children on the spectrum appreciate schedules. And yes, there can be food sensitivities, food pickiness, and all that, but I'm curious how it got to that, and I don't know. And when you have nutritious food, it's different than if you eat non-nutritious food. Not that you can't have it, but is that every day? Was she catering to that all day? What did he normally eat? So that's my thing. Lepidiot. She did sure like his money. Sarah says, I think more. Okay, hang on. Looks like we're about to begin. Tells the detective she doesn't like Charles and gets Nancy Joe's face about dating my husband. Yeah, I mean, come on, right? Sarah says, why have we not seen the concerned body cam footage of Charles where she was threatening to kill him? That's coming. It has to be coming. Will I be covering the next trial? 100% yes. Arlene, I think I think you mean the prosecution's team, not the prostitution's team. Oops. Okay, looks like there's something going on with the audio. We'll see if it's going to come here. We are snarky but classy. You guys ready for today? Can't wait to see if we get snarky Lolo today. I love our little group here. Me too. Victoria says it's all in good fun snark to help us deal with the tragic stories. 100%. Listen to this. I got to make this into a meme, but I saw this morning. Why haven't they started the... Okay, anyways. Women can't watch a movie where a dog dies, but they will watch a serial killer documentary where 27 people are murdered to relax at night. Yeah, we're a little complicated. Miss B says, ready for today. Hello, all. This is the place to be. Welcome, everybody. Pixie Dust says, yes, we love Kay. She let Lori have it. Okay, turn up the sound. Why aren't they doing it? Am I the one that doesn't believe the whole bat scuffle story? Nope, not the only one. And I actually did a discrepancy video with all their statements. It was a while. Come on, put up the sound. I know. Wonder who made the changes in life insurance. Charles did. Charles did. I hope the judge gets snarky at her today. Please let him, just a little bit. Callie says judge is over the pony show. Karen's doing a song. And this is this a song low, 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 low? Why is there no freaking sound, you guys? Couple more minutes, they'll start. Don't worry. Same old situation.
To the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county attorney's office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas. So someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the correct people are being subpoenaed.
She was mind
signed by the defendant.
She's mind screwing.
She is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all and we got them prepared and I signed them all and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
So do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed, or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of all that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one. We haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing. And if there is a subpoena for someone who is a next of kin or a victim under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the subpoena that needs to be coordinated through county attorney's office, or is there a victim representative attorney? I haven't had one yet.
There is not a victim representative attorney, so it would come through us, Your Honor.
Okay. We sort of addressed the motion in limine yesterday about the questioning of any police personnel regarding the timing of the arrest, why the investigation took as long as it did, who was or wasn't arrested. Again, I'll ask the defendant, if you think those are questions that you need to ask, please ask to take a break first, but otherwise I'm expecting you to not ask those types of questions of any witness. We then have let's take up the Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett video. You've had a chance to review that?
I did.
What's your position on the state's motion?
Your Honor, I obviously think that it should not be precluded, that it is evidence in fact of why that happened on July 11th, that it happened. So if there had been no bat, there would have been no gun. It was a reason why self-defense was even an issue on that day, on July 11th.
Let me make sure I understand the state's position correctly. The state hasn't seen the actual video that these two witnesses have watched?
Correct. It
Right.
apparently.
So
was-
absent someone coming in and introducing the actual video into evidence, which could have its own evidentiary issues, but absent that, they can't testify in court about things they saw on a video because it's hearsay. They're testifying to things that they observed outside of court, and there's no verification, no way to cross-examine on that. So my ruling would be that unless some video comes in and someone lays foundation for that video, that no witness would be allowed to discuss what they saw, heard, or viewed in that video. All right. Then we have the state's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Let's discuss. I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Daybell, how do you pronounce the first person's name? Vaisia?
Vicia.
Vicia Has your team or your investigator, anyone been able to locate that person?
I would have to check with my investigator, Your Honor.
What about Gabriel Bonilla?
I know that he has made contact several times with Gabriel. I don't know if he has interviewed him, but I know that he's made contact with him several times.
Do you know if he's been served with a subpoena?
We're looking that up now.
And while you're at it, I'm going to ask about Ashlyn Rind and Barry Cox.
Okay. What does it say? So it looks like that Ashlyn Rind was not served or found, that Gabe Bonilla, OPDS, several times tried to serve that subpoena and it has not been served. And I'm not sure on the Barry Cox.
All right, well, as was indicated by the state yesterday, they may be resting their case in chief sometime Thursday, at the latest Monday. So you're kind of out of time on producing these witnesses for interview. I shouldn't say you're kind of out of time. You are out of time. I don't know that I need to effectively preclude them because you haven't been able to serve them or get them to appear, in which case they wouldn't be called as witnesses. In the event that they are served or surfaced, we'd still need to have a discussion of whether they have any relevant information and whether they should still be precluded because of the late disclosure of what that testimony might be. So unless they're produced to the state for an interview here within the next day or two, they would be effectively precluded. Even if they are produced for an interview, they still could be precluded. Zachary Cox, let's talk about Zachary Cox. Has he been subpoenaed? The state has interviewed that witness apparently, but based on their motion, they don't believe he has any relevant information to offer for this trial. Do you believe he has relevant information to offer?
I do, Your Honor.
And what is that?
He was with my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th and was in communication with Adam and Charles during that day and prior to that day.
At Granger,
Didn't occur.
He would be able to testify about what Adam already testified to, verify it or unverify it,
What specifically?
about what their itinerary was during that day and the day before and the following day.
When did this, well, the state interviewed this witness?
Obviously, I had no idea what he would be called about. So I talked to him for a few minutes. I
Did he have any idea what he would be called about?
know.
All
I
right.
think unless the defendant says that he's relevant to impeach Adam in some way, then I don't really understand the relevant. I mean, she just said that he could be testify to verify what Adam said. So she's going to call him to confirm that what Adam said was correct.
Is that he would be confirming what Adam said, or would he be disputing what Adam said? What specifically? Can you give me some more specifics?
From his interview with my investigator, he would be disputing what Adam said.
Well, then I'm not aware of that interview with my understanding in interviewing the defense Jeff White, is that basically they spoke for a brief time. It got heated.
Who's
and
they?
Jeff White and Zachary Cox. They did not have a full interview, is my understanding. I've not been provided with a recording of that, but in my discussion, my interview of Jeff White as a potential witness, he advised just that that Zach had advised that he had lived with them, meaning Charles and Lori, prior to them moving into this house, prior to them being separated. And that's about the extent of what I understood their interview to be. But maybe Mr. White can provide information as to how he.
Mr. White, do you have any information on, you interviewed Zachary Cox?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Cox provide information that would be relevant to this trial to you?
When I spoke to Mr. Cox, he was, in short, he was very belligerent. When we had spoken, I was asking about information about his father and him, as well as with Charles. The information that I did obtain from him did not agree with what his father had told me in the interview through the state.
His father being?
Adam.
Do you know if Zachary Cox has been served a subpoena?
As far as I know, I think that went through OPDS.
All right. I guess we'll see if he actually gets served and shows up at court. He may not, in which case it's not an issue I need to deal with. But if he does show up, we will need to flesh out whether he has relevant information, whether he should be allowed to testify. All right, who's the state going to be calling today?
Your Honor, the state, obviously, we still have a witness on the stand. And then, as I advised, we'll be calling Ariel Werther. And then we would call Detective Duncan. So we
Okay.
may finish tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. My staff just signaled me that the last juror did just show up. Okay, we'll bring the jury in. Let's have that witness come back up. Kind of deferring, but not really.
This is so interesting to me. Like she didn't know that she was trying to subpoena Bobby and Larry. She did it to mind screw and then she took it back.
Type of
Exactly my point. Thanks, Sandy. Exactly my point. I did hear that she's trying to get her father to come. We'll see what happens.
All right, jury's present. Please be seated. Go ahead and resume your cross.
Detective Inklin, yesterday we were talking about the chain of custody of the phone, so I have a couple questions on that. Yesterday we talked about that Charles' phone went from your hands to the property room, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Where did it,
When I explained to you, it's our computer crimes division, the
Okay.
detectives that do the downloads. Our property room is about a mile away from the police department.
okay. So it went from your hands to the computer crimes division, is that correct?
Correct. We usually take phones directly to them.
And how long was that between the time you left the house and you delivered that phone to them?
It's about 20-minute drive or so, and then just to the PD and upstairs to where their office is.
Okay. And who did you turn that over to at the computer crimes division?
Sergeant Olness was the sergeant of the unit at the time.
And did you use the passcode to access the phone at all?
I did not. I don't do downloads or exams of devices.
Okay. Did you look to see if the threatening text messages from Charles did actually exist?
I did not do an exam of the phone.
Yesterday, we watched the clip of my interview with you, and we discussed the threatening text messages. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me about them.
And you stated that I did not show them to you. Is that correct?
You did not show them to me, no.
And did you ask me to show them to you?
I did not.
Had I been cooperative all that day?
Yes,
Do you think I would have shown them to you if you would have asked me?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was Tylee also cooperative that day?
I believe so.
Was Alex cooperative that day
I don't know. I did not have contact with Alex.
at all?
I did not interview him or talk to him, no.
Did I, in fact, inform you during that interview that I would have to show you them to explain them?
I believe so.
But you never asked me to show them to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that I turn my phone over to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that Tylee turned her phone over to you?
I did not.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever, in fact, see those threatening messages from Charles to me?
I did not. I did not look at any of the downloads of any of the phones.
Or in the reports or anything?
No,
You never came across those?
I did not review those reports or do any of the downloads of any of the phones.
You didn't review any of Detective Duncan's reports?
No,
None of Detective Moffat's reports?
no,
Okay. Were you aware of the reason why I had two phones at the time?
I was not.
Did you ask me?
No, I wasn't aware you had two phones.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever learn that Charles had stolen my phone, so I had to replace it?
Can object to testifying and move to strike.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's all part of the investigation.
You're gonna object again to-
Sustained its testimony. The form of the question was testimony.
Were you aware that after he gave it back to me that I kept both phones?
I'm gonna again object.
Sustained.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that Charles had a $2 million life insurance policy on me?
I knew there was a life insurance policy. I don't know the amount.
Did you ever see it in any of the reports or?
I did not review and I was not part of that portion of the investigation.
And you never saw that on any kind of Bates numbers?
I'm gonna object again to asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Why does it do that?
Yesterday, during your direct, you said that, or during our discussion, you said that we arrived at the Chandler Police Station and that we were taken into the Family Advocacy Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the FAC or Family Advocacy Center.
Okay. And was that just Tylee and myself that were taken to that part of the station?
I believe so, yes.
And so was Alex taken to the regular part of the police station?
He was in a different portion in an interview room in the persons crime section downstairs.
Okay. So we were taken into 3 different rooms, is that correct? When we arrived?
3 different interview rooms, yes.
And we were all 3 interviewed, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you interviewed me, is that correct?
I did.
And you also interviewed Tylee, is that correct?
I did.
And Detective Moffett is the one that interviewed Alex, is that correct?
I believe so.
And these interviews were all video and audio recorded, is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you have a supervisor or superior there at the Chandler Police Station watching these interviews live from a viewing room?
Not a supervisor.
Who was it?
There was a detective in sex crimes that was monitoring the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center. It's kind of standard, particularly the fact that Tylee was alone in the interview room at some point. So she was monitoring both interviews, and I don't know if there was anybody monitoring Detective Moffat's interview because I was not a part of that.
Okay. And what was her name? Detective what?
Ashley Nolan.
And then you said that you had, so you didn't go in and monitor during the interview with Detective Moffat and Alex? You didn't watch that one?
No, it was going on at the same time. I couldn't interview you and Tylee and monitor at the same time.
And then that means that Detective Duncan wasn't monitoring yours either at the same time, correct?
I don't know what Detective Duncan was doing.
I meant Detective Moffat, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. I believe he was talking to Alex, but
But he could have been monitoring yours and then talked to Alex after that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were there other people in this monitoring room that you know of?
I believe Detective Nolan was monitoring from her desk as the sex crimes detectives work within the Family Advocacy Center. They're in the same portion of the building.
Okay. So they can just monitor from their desk?
Correct.
They're not in like a separate room, is what you're saying?
No, there's a monitoring room upstairs in the dedicated suspect interview rooms, but none of those rooms were used in these 3 interviews that you're talking about.
Okay.
And after these interviews were complete, who decided to send us home?
Well, I decided to drive you guys back to the house.
And who gave you authorization to release us, I guess?
Me?
You didn't have to talk to a superior for that?
No.
And what about Alex? Who released him?
That would be Detective Moffat was involved with his interview. I was not.
So did you and Detective Moffat have a discussion on what to do next after our interviews were complete?
Briefly, that we were done with the interviews and that at this point, whether or not to get you back to the house and how we were going to facilitate that.
Okay, but it was decided at that time that we would be brought back together and taken in the van to back to the house and dropped off?
It was the easiest way to get the three of you back at the same time.
Are you aware of the press release that was issued by Chandler Police Department later that day?
I am not.
You never read it?
I don't.
You never heard about it in the course of your investigation?
The press release?
Yeah.
No.
You never discussed it with any of the other detectives?
I would object. She's asked and answered.
Sustain.
Would the case agent have to be the one who would authorize that at the time?
It depends. As a case agent, we would like to have input or influence on what a press release is or states, but occasionally they're published by our PIO, our press information officer.
So you don't, do you know if Detective Moffat, correct? Or if he, or if,
Speculation.
you know, if
Objection. She doesn't know about this.
Do you know?
I have no idea.
Detective Inkland? Yesterday, the prosecutor, why didn't Lori just give the phone back? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you learn in your investigation that the entire altercation only lasted a few minutes?
That'd be a fair assessment.
Because we discussed that in our interview, is that correct?
We did.
So from the time Tyler came out with the bat and I ran outside is maybe less than 2 minutes. We discussed that, is that correct?
We discussed that it probably happened in a short amount of time. I don't think we gave a specific time amount to what happened, but that it happened in a relatively short amount of time.
We didn't say that was like 1 to 2 minutes, like
That was our discussion, yes.
that was our discussion. Okay. So we would not have been arguing for a very long time, is that correct?
I think it's relative as to how long you've been arguing or how long the altercation took.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that JJ was outside in the car?
I did.
Did you learn that the car was still running?
I don't know.
Did you learn that JJ was in fact in the front seat?
I know that you had articulated he was put into the car, but I don't remember if you specifically said the front seat, but he was in the car.
Did you learn in the course of your investigation that JJ had autism?
Yes, you told me about that.
Did you verify that at his school?
I did speak with his school, yes.
When did you speak with the school?
During the course of the investigation, I had contact with the school in reference to when he attended and generally kind of the services the school provides.
Do you remember who you spoke to at the school at all?
The director of the school, and then subsequently, there were a couple teachers that provided some information.
With the school.
It was just several months later.
But during the course of this investigation, the Chandler Police Department did verify, I guess, that next day that that was in fact his school and he did attend there. Is that correct?
I believe so.
During this investigation, did you verify that we did in fact go through Burger King?
I did not, but it was verified.
Were you aware of what we ordered at Burger King?
You told me it was chicken fries and Sprite.
Had you seen, you hadn't seen that receipt?
I had not.
Okay. I guess that was in fact in the portion of one of the interviews that we watched yesterday. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me that in the interview.
So were you aware that we also ordered 2 bottles of water?
I was not aware, no.
And in your experience with people in stressful situations, when adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
I don't object to speculation or knowledge.
If she knows, she can answer.
It can.
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
I'm going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to her knowledge of this.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
Did you offer that for the purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No, I usually do it to people I interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Inkland, have you ever seen me not calm?
I don't object to maybe foundation as to when.
All right, sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, what occasions she has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday you spoke often of my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Correct.
So has there ever been an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
Please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you.
Any other time, Your Honor?
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
Wow, right now. Do you know what color the apple juice is? Do you know that my hydration levels were at 40% and I needed to have it? So therefore I was in fight or flight because I needed 2 bottles of water and I had to sniff the salt from the fries, the chicken fries. Did you know that? What does it have to do with anything? Honest to God. I want to just grab her head and just slam it on the desk just one time. Like, what the hell? I give you apple juice because I give you. You know what this is, folks? This is. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. We're gonna have to get a mug. I said this a couple years ago in the Letitia case, and those who know will know. I'm just gonna say one word, and you could say the other word in the chat. Circle. What comes next? This is word salad in its finest, but the circle, you know what? I still stand by it. And she's like, let's divert. We'll talk about the apple juice. We're going to talk about the water. And we're going to talk about it's just an ordinary day. And I was so distraught because my cortisol levels were so high and that my adrenaline was pumping and my sugar levels were not managed in time. So that's why I felt the need to smile, because it actually was like a twitch in my face, and I really meant to cry, but because I was so dehydrated, I didn't have tears. I did not have tears because I was so dehydrated. And therefore, that's why I bought the water. I didn't get to drink yet because I didn't get, I didn't have the chance to cry because I was so dehydrated. Like this is in her mind what she's thinking. If we talk about the hydration, I can get over why I was so stunned and shocked on camera and why I was smiling. I kid you not. This is what's going through her head. I promise you. This is what's going through her head. Wow, right now. Did you see the judge just go like, oh my God, get me out of here? He's touching his eyebrows. Richard says, dude, during this questioning, you've been less than calm. And it's not even calm. It's, have I been calm? Who talks like that? And have I been calm? No, Lori, you've been a biatch the whole time. You're snarky. You're manipulative. You're not calm. You're jovial. You're happy. You're giddy. You're giddy. You should know that. You giddy up on Alex and Chad. You know how to giddy up. I'm just like, wow, right now. I just can't even with her. I can't. I can't. Sixth Sense Amelia, thank you for the super sticker. Siobhan says Ally McSteel's lives. Wow, she's an idiot. Like, yeah, only one time, but I'd make it count. God. You watch, she's gonna talk about dehydration. Maybe she'll talk about sodium levels too. Oh my God, I can't even. I can't even. There you go. There's the circle. Court TV stream is not buffering or commercials. Okay, I'll know that if I need to. The only thing is I put Court TV on before and commercials come up. So we'll see what's happening here. But I love that you all know it. No, you watch. You're wondering why this whole apple juice thing and the water, you watch. If she's allowed to keep going.
event, her demeanor seemed odd given what was going on at the house that day.
So throughout this time, you're just noting her demeanor, right?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you were calm at the scene. Do you recall being asked that on cross?
I believe so.
Had you just seen your husband get shot
No,
inside your own home
no,
by your brother?
no,
You were asked if the other officers at the scene were calm. You recall being asked that?
I do.
Were you aware of any of them having just seen their significant others being shot
No,
by a family member
no,
inside their own home
no,
with their children present?
no.
So would it be difficult to compare the demeanor of the officers and yourself with that of, say, Alex or Tylee or the defendant?
It would be difficult comparison.
Not the same situation.
No,
You were asked a lot about Tylee's demeanor as well. Did you ever see her appearing to be panicked,
no,
overwhelmed with emotions?
no,
Was there anything about her demeanor or your interactions with her that made you feel she needed any type of medical treatment or medication or anything?
no.
The death notification that you attempted to make, I'll say. So to understand this, we're both Lori Vallow and Tylee inside the van.
They were inside the CR 288 van.
Can you describe for us what this van looks like? Is it like a minivan? What is it?
No, it's a larger, like 10 or 12 passenger vans, big, full size. So the doors open from the side to get into, I think there's like 3 rows of seating. And they use the van to bring services out, but also to transport people, and they have car seats and things like that.
So when you went up to the van, you opened the door?
Correct, the side door to open to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you are with your sergeant at the time.
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her. And then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear.
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea,
Correct.
that she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on.
Correct.
After you learned that she was there, did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to, at that point, transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview her daughter?
I did.
And did you in fact ask her to come with you in a different vehicle?
I did.
She agreed to do that?
She did.
Now, how old was Tylee?
16 or 17?
And she was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that.
Correct.
When you were driving Lori back to the police station to FAC for interviews, you again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded and we're driving and she's just kind of chattering in the car, and given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So you don't have, they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in.
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene. You're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like
Correct.
or how long that might take.
Correct.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people when they're being interviewed?
Absolutely.
Normal for you to allow them to use the restroom?
Yes,
And you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back.
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over,
That's correct.
and she did not.
That's correct.
In terms of your interview with the defendant, did you understand all the facts of the case when you interviewed the defendant?
No.
Um, you told us you didn't understand the timeline yet in terms of when the shooting occurred versus when the 911 call occurred, right?
Correct.
So you were unaware of that 47-minute lapse in time.
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When you were interviewing the defendant, you were unaware that she had Charles's phone, correct?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When the defendant was talking to you at one point, she told you that she knew her brother was texting with, or that Charles was texting with her brother Adam. Do you recall that?
Yes, she told me that.
Understanding now that she had Charles's phone, would you have asked her how she learned about that?
I would have asked her about that, yes.
So when you're doing an interview with her at 9 or 10 in the morning, you didn't know that she'd had time to look into Charles's phone?
Correct.
You learned later that she had the password to get into his phone, right?
Correct.
So when she's telling you things, you're unaware that she has already potentially had the ability to access those.
That's true.
And what she's telling you in her interview contained information about the interaction between her brother Adam and Charles.
Right.
When you interviewed the defendant, were you aware of the days leading up to this, the interaction between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex?
I was not.
You weren't privy to things like iCloud accounts before you interviewed her?
No,
You weren't privy to downloaded cell phones before you interviewed her?
I was not.
You hadn't even been inside the house before you interviewed her.
Correct.
If you had been privy to all of the information in this case, would you have interviewed?
Wix, one platform.
When you interviewed Lori Vallow, at that time, were you just going off of what she said because you didn't know the rest of the facts
Correct. It was an initial interview.
to see what she had to tell you?
Correct.
But you had nothing to do to be able to verify or validate anything she told you?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see we have a few jury questions. I think we're going to have the parties approach for those who are having difficulty with their headsets.
We multiple occasions the detective said that Lori could have handed over the phone, but she did not to Charles. So she instigated it. But we know the truth anyways. But wow. That day is it's what a mess. I remember that the very first time we saw the body cam footage of Alex sitting on the side of the road, and we just kind of looked like, what's going on? This is so weird. So many people failed Charles. I wonder what Lori's gonna, if she's gonna come back up and ask some questions. It is a mess. Mom Oster says, what's interesting about that too, about Charles playing baseball, that little tiny crack on Alex's head, his boo-boo, would have been busted open, not a scrape. Lori inflicted that on him for the defense crap. Wow, yeah, it would never have gotten to that. And yesterday she said he was backhanding with his right, but he's left. Mind you, I'm not defending Lori. I'm just saying he was a really strong man, and he probably had equal strength in both, so it could have been that either way. You don't know. But at the same time, Lori's an idiot. So there's that. Okay? Okay. One of the jokes when somebody earlier was saying, what did you know Melanie Gibb, or how about Melanie Gibb? In the last trial, that's all we heard was, do you know Melanie Gibb? So that's the ongoing joke. No kidding. Hope the jury is wanting to hear from Tylee. They have to wonder now, right? Like, okay, where's the girl in all this? Jeanette says, how can you treat someone as a victim until you know what is going on? You bring them in all the same time, separate them, and no one goes anywhere until you find out what's what. It's all very bizarre that day. And you also have Charles. Wouldn't they pull up the reports of Charles? Would they? Of what happened? Well, we have record that Alex actually, or that Charles was complaining about Lori, and if I read the reports, it says that she's going to kill me. Melissa says, hopefully all these detectives and police officers learn their lesson from this and take people seriously. Well, one can hope.
Was the rent-a-car vehicle ever searched?
I do not believe so, but I'm not certain.
All right. Question form number 12. If the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they left with a victim advocate? In other words, were they considered victims or witnesses?
So our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under like state law as victims, our victim services section will often help our families with like specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
All right, on question form number 13, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview?
She did not.
Does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and or video recorded?
They do not. There is no expectation of privacy within a police station.
All right, are there any further juror questions at this time? Not seeing any. Would the defendant like to follow up on those juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
State?
Just briefly, with regards to introducing Lori entirely to your victim services, were you trying to provide whatever services might be necessary due to the fact that her husband had been killed?
Correct.
And what you assumed at that point was Tylee's dad or stepdad had been killed?
Correct.
And again, this is all prior to you learning more about this case?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
There was something I was going to say, and now I can't remember. Oh, yeah. They didn't say that Lori stole Charles's rental car to go take the kids to school and stole his phone. And now the rental car not searched. And you know what? Wouldn't you be, as a detective, going, this woman is really acting really strange? Like, maybe we need to ask some different questions. I don't know. That's just me. They have to be wondering, where is this girl? Where's Tylee now? Melissa says it's kind of embarrassing how our law enforcement out here handled it. I went to church with one of the firemen that was testifying. Our kids were very good friends. Yeah. Another detective's coming on the stand.
There'll be a PowerPoint that he's going to do.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Ariel, A-R-I-E-L, Werther, W-E-R-T-H-E-R.
You do solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
Hey guys, it's Matt the Realtor. I know
Time rounder, just so I can get this set up and hooked
All right,
to.
why don't we have the jury go to the jury room for a short break? Please remember. All right, please be seated. The jury's no longer to complete the record. We did a sidebar this morning at 10:42 a.m. At that sidebar, the defendant indicated she wanted to question the witness further regarding how many times the witness had observed her and her demeanor, which would necessitate the witness talking about observing her here in this trial, observing her on July 11th of 2019, as well as the trial in Idaho and possible viewing of interviews or social media posts. I advised the defendant that this is probably not a door she wants to open because the setting of those interviews would be relevant. For example, someone appearing in court intuitively might behave better than someone who's not appearing in court or in a trial. And the defendant said she would move on from that area. Is that an accurate recitation of the sidebar from the state's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defendant's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
All right, and then we did another sidebar regarding jury questions at 11:01 a.m. The first question, juror question number 10, as a detective, does your subconscious mind use a witness demeanor as any type of evidence? The parties agreed with me that that's probably not an appropriate question to ask, so it was not asked. Juror form question number 11 was asked. That was the question as to whether the rental car was ever searched. Juror question 12 was also asked by, I should mention, by agreement of the parties. And this was the question if the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses and the explanation between being interviewed or considered a victim versus a witness, which the witness answered. Question form 13 had 4 questions on it. The first question was not asked. Did Lori ever ask for an attorney during interviews of her and Ty Lee? The second question, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Ty Lee at the time of the interview? Neither side objected to that question, so it was asked. Question number 3 on form 13, do police need parental consent to speak with a minor even if being treated as a witness? Which the answer really is it depends, but it calls for a legal conclusion too for that witness. The state objected to it. The defendant did not. I didn't think it would be helpful with the jury in deciding any issue that's at fact in this case. So it was not asked. And then the fourth question on that form number 13, does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and video recorded? Neither side objected to that, and that question was asked. Is that an accurate representation of the sidebar we had at 11:01
Yes, Your Honor.
from the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's give the court reporter a break. We'll resume soon, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll push through to noon or maybe a few minutes after, depending on where we're at. Do you have everything set up now?
I would like to just try
Okay.
to make sure it's working.
All right, we'll be at recess on a break for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yep.
What did he say? He was going to push through till noon. It's 10 to 1 now, and then they normally have their lunch at 12:30 until, let me think about that. They normally have lunch when it's 1:30 my time, which is 12:30 their time, including the 30-minute difference. Katie says, Shih Tzu Barbie out here thinking she's a literal goddess on earth, serving courtroom delusion and chili like it's sacred law. Ma'am, this is not Olympus. It's a felony trial. Okay, I will have a look at that. Please, if you have a moment to hit that like button, I see on my, where did I have it? Let's just see where we're at. I think it only says on mine 723 likes with 2,000 people. I don't know why it's not working right now. Hang on. Where am I at? Please hold. Yeah, now it's being weird on my app. Okay, still 1,000. So if you have a moment, just a little, please and thank you. Jean says, I like that the prosecutor brought up that if Lori had returned Charles' phone, it would have been avoided. That's great. Goddess of the portal potty. I know, open the door, right? We can't, but. Oh, look at, we hit 1,000. Can I get 1,500? Can I get 1,700? Yeah, can the other 1,000 please press the like button. So they're taking a break right now. And then they're going to come back and then we're going to hear more. Obviously, we just had a detective sit down on the stand for 2.7 seconds. Detective Ariel, what do I have here? Werther. I'll write that down. We'll see what she does. Any money, she'll amp up the flirtation. I think the flirtation device will be at play today. Pearl's Dream says the judge has warned Lori multiple times now about opening that door. So if she opens it, she can't claim appeal or mistrial. That's all we've heard all week, hasn't it? Yes, it's almost noon in Arizona. Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate that. Nini G says, I'm late, but here catching up. Awesome. Lily says, can you even imagine what an even bigger monster she'll become with a not guilty verdict? Yeah, guys, I keep saying this though, unless they're going to start digging into these details, I feel like the jury needs more. We know 5 years worth of stuff, right? But we don't know all the things leading up. I'm pretty sure we didn't hear about her stealing the truck. There was talk about money, but she stole his truck. There's all kinds of things that she was doing beforehand. And maybe some of it they can't bring in, but there's still things that I feel unsettled about. I feel unsettled that they showed the hi sorry neighbor before they talked about her demeanor that day. I feel like it would have been more effective, in my opinion, that they did the video after. So like today they play the hi sorry neighbor to really show her demeanor, not first, more effective after, in my opinion. I feel like there's more details. Obviously, we're going to get it. Today's Tuesday. We need Wednesday and Thursday, so 2.5 days left. But I still don't feel right. I still feel like we need more. Bella Italian says, Linda, put this gift towards a pedicure this week and treat yourself. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's very sweet. Thank you. Yeah. This weekend I will need it. Thank you. Amazing Lynn says, I agree, Lynn. It's been a concern for me. Some details being left out. Rachel says, I agree completely. Grace says, I still can remember the first time I heard the kids were missing. It was lockdown. I was gripped on this case. It was just, yeah, that was, I just remember seeing Nate going, where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids? Oh, it's nice to see you. I agree, Linda. Yeah, it just, I feel like there's more needed. It's not there yet. And this is where I miss Lindsay Blake, Rob Wood. Thank you. Here we go.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
So the talk was that the prosecution will rest Thursday or latest Monday. But I feel like I feel like this is not there. Move over. I'm coming over. I don't know. I don't feel like it. Dog Defender says, remember to hit the like if you want to punch Pebbles Barbie. Is she guilty? Thumbs up. They're just on break. They weren't on lunch yet. So we'll see what they're going to do now. Usually probably in a half an hour they might go for lunch and I'll be on a call, but I will be here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Ariel Werther, and I work for the Chandler Police Department as a detective.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
I've worked for Chandler Police Department since 2008. I did not become a sworn law enforcement officer till 2011. I've worked for them continuously since then. They're the only law enforcement agency I've ever worked for.
Can you tell us sort of the different areas you have worked and where you currently work?
So initially from 2008 to 2010, I was a police dispatcher. So if you called 911, I might be the person who answered, or I might be the person sending the officers and keeping track of where they were. And then in 2010, I went to the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, graduating in 2011 as a sworn officer, returning to Chandler in the capacity as an officer. I worked as a patrol officer until, well, technically 2016, but the last 2 years of that I was assigned as a field training officer, which means that if you were a new officer out of the academy or somebody going back to the road from a specialty, you might ride with me for a while as I reoriented you to how things are done on the road. And then after doing that, I moved to the Special Victims Unit, primarily focused on investigating sex crimes from 2016 to 2020. And in 2020 and until now, I've been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Unit.
When you were with the Special Victims Unit, did you ever work with the Robbery Homicide Unit?
I did. In fact, from fairly early on, I was aware that this was something that I wanted to do eventually. So I made that known, and particularly working in detectives under the umbrella of persons crimes. You have your sex crimes, family crimes, robbery homicide units. And they all tend to work rather close together. They get to know one another. And I made it known that I had an interest in testing when they had their next opening. So I did that in late 2019 and began my assignment in 2020. So leading up to that, it was something where if I had the opportunity to work with that team, I would do so.
Can you talk to us? Have you ever had any type of training in dealing with cell phones and cell phone GPS data?
Yes, I've had extensive training, much of it more recently. It's something that I certainly became aware of, and I have an interest in technology and what it can be used for in investigations. And so there were areas that I was aware of, particularly working in the Special Victims Unit. So starting from about 2016 on, it was in 2022 that I took my first 40-hour class on the proper interpretation, of cell phone records specifically that might come from the provider. There's an important distinction between the location data that might be found on one's phone versus the data that a provider stores about our devices that can also be used to infer the location of the device. I took a 40-hour class primarily on that subject in 2022. And then in 2023, I took a 40-hour class leading to eventually becoming a subject matter expert in that area.
Have you previously testified in court about cell phone GPS data?
I have.
Have you previously testified in court about mapping GPS data recovered from cell phones?
I have.
In July of 2019, were you still in the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And did you become involved in a shooting that occurred on July 11th of 2019 at 5531 South Fort Peaks Avenue in Chandler?
I did.
How did you get involved in that?
I believe I was downstairs where we all work in a similar area and became aware that a shooting had occurred, that it appeared that one person was deceased, and I volunteered to come along. My capacity was more to shadow, to learn about how these investigations are conducted with the aim of testing. That's something that's best practice to do if you want to test for a unit. You ought to go out and see how the job is done.
So when you initially, did you go out to the scene?
I did.
And when you initially out there, who did you shadow at first?
Initially, I was at the scene with Detective Coons. I was present during the scene investigation, though again, as someone who was observing, I didn't personally impound anything or directly conduct the scene investigation myself.
Okay. At some point, as you are shadowing these, were you given different requests to help the detectives who are working this case?
Yes, although I'd say the extent to which I started going out and doing things, assigned tasks, really began the day after, on Friday the 12th.
So on Friday, July 12th of 2019, Did you become aware that no one had obtained contact information for JJ Vallow?
That's right.
And did you offer to reach out to Lori Vallow to get that information?
I did.
Why did you need that information?
To have a complete and thorough police report, it's best practice to have proper documentation, name, date of birth, basic demographic information for all the people who are involved in a case, however they might be involved. Given the information we had at that time, he's someone who ought to be listed in the report.
Okay. Was he also known to be the son of the deceased victim?
Yes, that's right.
On the 11th, had you had any contact with Lori Vallow?
I did not have any contact on the 11th.
On July 12th, after you offered to get that contact information, did you make contact with Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you see her or call her?
I called her at first.
And was that call recorded?
That call was audio recorded, yes.
When you spoke with Ms. Vallow, did you obtain the contact information for JJ Vallow?
Yes,
Did you learn from her where JJ went to school?
yes,
Did you confirm that she had gone to Burger King before taking JJ to his school?
yes.
Did you at some point during that conversation with Ms. Vallow learn that Charles Vallow was staying at the True Hilton Hotel?
Yes.
Prior to this, had you known that he was where he was staying?
I don't think I had any information either way.
So as someone who was separate, did you have any idea where Charles was, whether he was staying at the house or elsewhere prior to this?
I didn't have that information, no.
So you just learned this during your conversation when you're trying to get JJ's information?
Correct.
Did Ms. Vallow advise you that she was in possession of Charles Vallow's hotel room key?
She did.
Did she advise where she had found that?
In his wallet, I believe.
So you learned that she had Charles Vallow's wallet
That's what she said.
and that she then had a room key for him to True Hilton Hotel.
Correct.
Did you advise her that you would talk to the case agent and let her know who would go get that?
Yes.
After you spoke with Lori Vallow on the phone, did you offer to go out to the Burger King to see if you could obtain any video from there?
I did.
And when you are helping in this aspect of the case, were you aware at that time when the 911 call had been placed?
I was.
And when was that?
That was at 8:36 in the morning.
So you knew as you went out to Burger King that the 911 call was July 11th, 2019 at 8:36 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And were you aware when you went out to the Burger King of when the police had arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And was that within a few minutes around 8:41 or 8:42 a.m.?
Yes, that's about right.
And were you aware prior to going out there of when Lori Vallow had been shown or seen on body cam back at 5531 South Four Peaks?
I was.
Get ready for Arcan Days from April 19th.
So when you went out there, were you aware of that? I guess when you went out to Burger King, were you also under an understanding that Lori Vallow had said she was at the house when Charles Vallow was shot?
That was my understanding, yes.
So did all of that play into when you would assume the timing of her arriving at Burger King?
It did.
So sometime after 8:36 is what you're expecting?
To some extent. I was aware that there's a little bit of a logistical difficulty in the question of how one could leave at 8:36 or at just after, and then arrive back by 8:48, knowing the distances and knowing the city of Chandler like I do. So because of that, knowing that it was clearly the case that she was there at 8:48 because she was on officer's body worn video, then I knew that there was some chance I would find that the video was in fact prior to the 911 call, because otherwise the distances and the travel didn't seem quite right.
So you see this 12-minute time from when 911 is called to when she arrives back, and you're thinking that there's no way to go to Burger King and drop a kid off at school and get back?
Correct. One of the other things that I was trying to establish when I called her is where she had taken him to school, and to confirm that we hadn't misunderstood about the Burger King event happening after the shooting. Because if we hadn't misunderstood, and then learning where the school's approximately 7 miles away from the house. So the idea that one could in 12 minutes go to a Burger King, get their order, drive 7 miles one way, 7 miles back, and arrive in that amount of time seemed very unlikely to me.
So you're now going to Burger King to try to figure out when she actually went there?
Correct.
When you are going to the Burger King, were you aware of what vehicle she was driving?
I was.
Was that, again, body cam had shown what vehicle she had come in?
That's correct.
And was that a red Kia Sorento?
That's right.
So when let me ask you this, did you go to a Burger King over at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler?
I did.
How did you know to go to that one?
I chose that one because it was the closest one, and I wanted to make that logical assumption that that's probably where someone would go first, and then see if I found evidence there that that was the correct one.
All right, so you weren't given that information, you're just trying to figure out which Burger King it was.
Correct.
Did you ask to see if they had surveillance video from the morning of July 11th?
I did.
So you're there on July 12th?
Yes.
When you look at surveillance video at a place like a Burger King, do you ever verify that the date timestamp on that video is accurate?
I do. We very commonly find that at various places, the level of accuracy to their date and timestamps can be exactly right, or they can be off by a significant margin. So the best practice, and what I did in this case, is I will ask to see their live view, and the live view typically has a timestamp, as it did in this case, and then I will use my cell phone, my work cell phone's location time, or my work cell phone's time, and if they match up, then to me that indicates that the timestamp is probably relatively reliable, particularly if I'm there just the day after the video that I'm looking for.
In this case, was the date timestamp correct for that Burger King?
Yes, that's right.
Did you then ask to watch the surveillance video from that morning of July 11th?
I did.
And as you were watching it, did you see a red SUV and a person that appeared to be Lori Vallow going through the drive-thru?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you saw that happen?
I want to say the timestamp on that is around 7:20 something.
Is it 7:54?
7:54. That is probably correct, yes.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Inclan that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow is already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Did you look at various channels from that surveillance video at Burger King?
I did.
And did you also ask to obtain a receipt from her purchase?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 217 and 218.
Thank you.
We're looking at 217 and 218. Do those contain affidavits from Burger King authenticating both the recording and the receipt?
They do.
And is that from the Burger King that you went to obtain that video and that receipt?
It is.
The state will move to admit 217 and 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
217 and 218 are admitted.
Now, just so we know, although we have the video right there and that's been admitted, did you create a PowerPoint we're going to get to in a bit that actually includes the relevant portions of that video in it?
I did.
So ultimately, we have 7:54-ish that you see Lori Vallow going through the Burger King. Were you then ever asked to meet with Lori Vallow to get that hotel key still on the 12th here?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you meet with her?
I met with her at the Four Peaks house.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with her there around 2:10 in the afternoon on July 12th?
Yes, that's right.
Did she provide you with a key card to a hotel, or what looked like a key card to a hotel?
She did.
Do you see that person who gave you Charles Vallow's key card in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Yes. She's sitting at the defense table wearing a black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, at this time, you had already watched the Burger King video that we've discussed. Did she appear to be the same person you saw driving that red Kia Sorento?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you went to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks, did you see a red Kia Sorento at that residence?
I did.
And did that have Colorado license plates of BRS 084?
It did.
Did that appear to match the vehicle you also saw going through the drive-through of that Burger King?
It did.
When you got the key card, did you then meet up with Detective Moffett to go to the hotel?
Correct.
And was that the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you went there, were you able to verify that that's where Charles Vallow was staying?
Yes, I believe Detective Moffett spoke to them, but then we were directed to a room. To a room.
So were you present with Detective Moffett during that?
I was present, yes.
Okay. And so you were provided with a room number where he was staying?
Yes.
And were you provided, well, you had a room key already to get in there?
Correct.
Did you, while you were there or later, obtain both an affidavit and records showing that Charles Vallow had stayed at that hotel?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 219.
Thank you.
Does 219 contain an affidavit authenticating the reservation and room information for Charles Vallow at that True Hilton Hotel?
It does.
And that's the hotel you had gone to with the key card that you got from the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
The state will move to admit, and I forget what number that is. Is that 219? Sorry.
This is 219.
State will move to admit 219.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
219 is admitted.
And if I can publish that,
Go
we
ahead.
all know. Thank you. Okay. So let's pull out a little. We see this is from Exhibit 219, the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan.
Yes.
And did this show that Charles Vallow arrived on the 10th and was supposed to leave on the 13th?
Yes, that's correct.
And then were you also provided with information that this was Charles Vallow's room?
Yes, that's right.
Did you and Detective Moffett go into room 127?
We did.
And when you went in there, what was inside?
There were items that I understood to belong to Mr. Vallow. That was our primary reason for being there, was to secure them. A backpack, 2 suitcases, I believe, at least 1 laptop computer. I assisted in gathering these up and impounding them.
Okay. So all of those items were brought to the Chandler Police Department and impounded.
That's right.
With perfect flavor.
True Hilton Hotel. Did you also learn that the defendant had told Detective Enclem that she had stopped at a Walgreens to buy some flip-flops?
Initially, I was told a CVS. Whether I misunderstood or there was a miscommunication, I initially believed it was a CVS.
So did you try to locate a CVS in the generic area that you're looking at of the Burger King and the school?
I did. I tried actually 7 different CVS locations trying to locate video and wasn't able to.
So at that point, you were unable to verify that initially.
Correct.
Were you then asked to review the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I was.
Did you have anything to do with extracting the data from his cell phone?
I did not.
Can you talk to us about this GPS data that's part of this extraction? Like, do all cell phones give us GPS data?
As an end user and the person who doesn't do the extraction, depending on a particular user's settings, particularly if we're talking about smartphones, phones equipped with a GPS module and where that GPS module is working, they may record the GPS location of the device for various reasons, depending on the settings. I, for example, keep my GPS location off, so you would not expect to find very many GPS recorded locations on my device. Many people keep them on. I find it's quite common. If so, then the people in the computer forensics unit are able to extract data from the phone to include logged GPS locations, and then can produce that in a report, which as an end user, I can view the latitude, longitude that was recorded by the device for one reason or another, and the date and time that it was recorded by the device. And that gives us GPS locations to look at for where the device may have been.
So for Charles Vallow's phone, were you, through that extraction, provided with, I'll call it ongoing GPS data location for his phone on July 11th?
Yes, so there were GPS locations recorded on the device for July 11th, which was the time period of interest, and I was able to look at those.
Okay. So did you look and see if there were GPS location device information on the phone for other dates as well?
I did not do that.
You're just looking at the date of this shooting?
Correct.
And when we talk about the device, so this is telling you not who has the device, just where the device is.
That's right.
When you were looking at that GPS data from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone, did you discover that Lori Vallow may have actually gone to a Walgreens?
I did.
Based upon looking at that information, did you find an address at 785 South Cooper Road that corresponded to a Walgreens where you saw the device at around 8:15 a.m. on July 11th?
I did.
Based upon seeing that GPS data, did you go to that Walgreens?
Yes, I initially called. I eventually went.
After going to 7 CVS, you decided to call?
I decided to call.
And when you called, did you learn that they did in fact Well, what did you do? How did they know what you're even looking for?
I called, asked to speak to a manager, as I will often do in things like this, and said, I don't tell them specifically why, but I'm looking to see if a person came through, and I provide a general description of that person and what it is that they may have purchased. Usually that's enough. That's what I did in this case. That's enough for them to find if they do or don't have that transaction on video. That's what I did.
So you have the time and the date, the 8:15 and July 11th, and you just give them a description and see if they can find anything that matches?
Correct.
Did they advise you they did?
They did.
Did you go to that Walgreens and obtain a copy of that surveillance footage
I did.
from multiple cameras?
Correct.
Did you also obtain a copy of the receipt of her purchase?
I did.
My paralegal can approach with 216. And so looking at 216, do you see an affidavit for that Walgreens that you contacted regarding obtaining both the surveillance video and the receipt, as well as a copy of the receipt and the video itself?
I do.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 216.
Objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
216 is admitted.
And if I can publish the receipt portion. So for this receipt, it advises that at 8:19, there was a purchase for 2 different pairs of flip-flops.
Yes.
Okay. And that corresponded to what you observed on the video that is in this exhibit as well?
Yes, that's correct.
In watching this video, did you recognize the person making that purchase?
I did.
And who did you recognize that to be?
I recognized Ms. Lori Vallow at the time, now Ms. Daybell, from having seen the body worn video and also having met her in person.
Okay. And the video that you obtained here, did you also incorporate that into a PowerPoint presentation that you created showing the GPS data location from July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you, well, let me ask you, so did you create a PowerPoint presentation of the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone for July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you use any phone records for other individuals such as Lori Vallow?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you utilize cell phone records? And I think you talked to us about the difference here, and cell tower data that was provided to you by the providers. And by providers, I mean like a T-Mobile or an AT&T.
Those records were provided to Chandler Police Department, not to me directly. I later obtained copies that I used to incorporate in my presentation.
So were you aware of search warrants that were issued to obtain cell phone records to include cell tower data for several different individuals?
Yes.
So in your PowerPoint presentation, did you utilize GPS data that was for Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone with a phone number of 808-755-5452?
One minor clarification, I wouldn't
Sure.
I wouldn't call it GPS data particularly. There's
Cell
location
tower
data,
data.
correct, but not specifically derived via GPS, as was the data from Mr. Vallow's phone.
And if I can have Exhibit 222. In Exhibit 222, do we see both an affidavit authenticating Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone records for that 808-755-5452?
We-
Thumb drive of all of the phone records.
Yes, it does.
And does it also include some printouts from those records themselves?
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 222 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
222 is admitted.
Did you utilize then some of the cell tower data that was provided by Verizon in those records for Lori Vallow's cell phone in your PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Did you also become aware of the police executing a search warrant for another cell phone associated to Lori Vallow with T-Mobile for 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Were you provided with those records so that you could also look at the cell tower usage of that phone on July 11th?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with 220. Looking at Exhibit 220, is there an affidavit in there from T-Mobile
Yes, there is.
related to, again, Lori Vallow, 480? Does it also include a thumb drive of all the records in there,
It does.
as well as some of the records printed out?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 220.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
If I can just do one more before we
Go ahead.
Were you also made aware that search warrants were executed to obtain Verizon cell phone records for Alexander?
Are you stuck in a never-ending cycle of heartbreak?
Did you utilize those records and the cell tower data that was part of them in your PowerPoint presentation for July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 221. Looking at 221, do you see an affidavit there from Verizon for the Verizon cell phone records for 480-310-9120?
I see an affidavit, but I see this is the number ending 5452.
And if you can look at the, is there a second affidavit in there?
Yes, this does include 9120, but I saw on the envelope here, it lists the
And
other
there's-
number.
Perfect. So there's an affidavit in there for the 9120 number
There is.
associated with Alexander Cox.
Yes,
And there's also a thumb drive in there of all the phone records associated with, again, that number 480-310-9120.
yes,
And those were, again, records that you utilized in creating your PowerPoint for
Yes.
July 11th. The state will move to admit Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
221's admitted.
Now, you talked to us earlier about your training and experience in using GPS data and cell tower data, correct?
Yes.
When you are looking at either GPS data from a cell phone or cell tower data from a provider, do you try to verify the accuracy of that information by comparing it to other sources?
Absolutely.
For instance, you told us that you were Thank you. So I have this plugged in here, if I can just admit it, but did you provide the state with Exhibit 209, that is a thumb drive of your PowerPoint? Right?
Yes.
Did you sign, and I think put your badge number on the back of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's something you created that we've talked about, incorporating all of these different records that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
209's admitted.
Might be a good time to break
Right.
before we start with this.
All right, let's take our noon recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We'll resume with the jury at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury. So super annoying about all the ads and stuff. Like, can we just watch it proper without any ridiculous ads or circling or any of that? I'm gonna queue up. I'm waiting still for a phone call. I am gonna queue up. I don't know what to do about the queuing on that, but it's gonna be another 50 minutes until we get back to court. Now I can play a video of mine while we wait. I don't know what's going on with East Idaho News's feed. It just doesn't work. It's too bad because I would love to do it from there. I'll queue up Law and Crime, but the other day it was crazy ads. But let me queue up. Do you guys want to see the discrepancy video or do you want to see hang on one sec. Or do you want to see the body cam of Charles? But that's only 15 minutes. Oh, hang on, guys. Let me know what you want to see. I'm Linda, and today we're going to be doing a video on Charles Vallow and the day he was killed on July 11th, 2019. Now, there are so many discrepancies to that day, so we're going to explore that in this video, namely the statements and the timeline. I'll cover the aftermath in another video. But before I get into it, if you'd like to be part of the It's a Crime community, please click that subscribe button below. Make sure you hit the notification bell to all. Please like this if you support it, and please share this out where you can. Now, let's get into it. On Thursday, July 11, 2019, it was supposed to be a morning where Charles Vallow would go to Lori Vallow's house, pick up young JJ, have breakfast together, and then take JJ to school. But that day turned out very, very different. Horrific, in fact. You see, at this point, Charles was actually living in Houston and had been separated from Lori. Lori did go back briefly to Charles, if you can call it that, back in spring, just months before Charles's death and after her 58-day hiatus. She went to Houston to get Charles's financial things in order. And she told Melanie Gibb she was going to Houston. Melanie says, "Why are you going to Texas when you're trying to run from him?" Lori tells her, "Well, I was told by the Lord I need to get his finances in order." Lori was wondering also if Kay was going to get the money. Melanie states that Lori had bet that Charles would change the beneficiary around. Oh, and it's also worth mentioning that before Charles was murdered, someone had changed the password to Charles' account for his life insurance policy, and someone actually even called in and pretended to be Charles. I wonder who orchestrated that. And side note, why would a person wonder who was going to get the money if he died if there were no plans on him dying, right? Far as we know, he wasn't terminally ill or anything like that. So she was getting his finances in order.
Why are you still not making money from trading? It's time to learn what really works. Stay with me for the next 45 seconds, whether you are new to trading or a struggling trader, and I will show you how you can use AI to trade tested and proven strategies in less than 30 minutes a day, without any of the headache of having to set this up yourself and none of the hard techie stuff. If you've never heard of AI statistical trading strategies, don't worry, they are new to most people. They are built using statistical data, which has tested their performance over tens of thousands of historical setups. You can then use the AI to find these setups instantly for you, which gives you peace of mind and means that you don't have to do the hard legwork yourself. It's all set up and ready to use. Literally anyone can do this. Take Evan, for example. He was struggling with his trading and he had used other systems that didn't work. As soon as he used our strategies, he rang us up and he said that he couldn't believe how easy and how effective it was. He said the results were terrific. Or take Sean, again, who has wasted time and money on ineffective systems and courses. He says that our teaching and our strategies were life-changing for him. And also that many of his fellow students that have learned our strategies have shared remarkable success stories. If you'd like to learn more, click the button on this ad and I'll take you through to a short free masterclass that I've put together that explains the statistics, the strategy, and the AI tools in detail. I'll also show you some of my live trading results and statements.
For what? Murder, perhaps? We continue on. Then Lori moves back to Arizona without Charles, and she moved into the Chandler home where Charles was shot. Now, Melanie Gibb states in her interview that this occurred 3 weeks before Charles was shot. So about the third week in June. Now, I would like to add that if this is in fact correct, a week after she moved to Chandler, she wrote that coded email to Chad. I mentioned this a few times and I have that video. I'll put that right here. I will also address that email in this video, so stick around because it's towards the end. Now, Melanie says, when she first went to Texas, I'm like, why are you going to Texas? You're going to run from him. So that's a good question, right? And now you're going back and moving back in with him. And she goes, well, I was told by the Lord I need to get his finances in order. Melanie goes on to say she started wondering, is Kay going to get the money? Because she now was told by Chad that Kay was a zombie. So she's like, I bet he's going to change it around. And Keith Morrison in this interview says, as for Lori, apparently reassured she was still Charles's beneficiary, she left him again, moved with Tylee and JJ back to suburban Phoenix, where Melanie lived. So Charles came to town and was staying at a hotel nearby in Gilbert. Charles texts Lori and lets her know that he's going to be there at around 7:30 a.m. Now, according to a former employee at the Gilbert Hotel, she said Charles was expected to come back with JJ for them to have breakfast, and she said Charles had been staying there for a few weeks. Now, in an interview with Lori's sister, Summer Shiflett, she claims that she had asked Alex to go over to Lori's place the night before because she was worried about Charles being there. Summer says that Alex's response was, Lori is going to be fine. She can call me if she needs me. Now, Summer said that she had seen 20 to 30 texts from Charles to Lori that range from please call me to your end is coming soon. Summer also said that she spent a lot of time with Lori before this happened. Now, also keep in mind at this point, Lori and Chad believes that Charles is Nick Schneider and he turned into a zombie. Alex is also said to believe this as well. So to set the scene for this day, it's Thursday, July 11th, 2019. Lori, Alex, Tylee, and JJ are at the house in Chandler. From what we know, Alex had stayed over. Lori and Alex believe Charles is a zombie. Lori believes at this point that the $1 million life insurance policy is set in her name, and she had sent out a coded email just 2 weeks before for what I believe was a plot and a plan to kill Charles. Charles is heading over to Lori's to pick up JJ, have breakfast, and then drop JJ at school. Here's the actual timeline. 7:30 a.m., Charles was set to arrive. 7:35 to 7:40, Charles actually arrives according to Lori. She notes that he's usually punctual. Lori also says once Charles got there, he said he's going to leave in 20 minutes, which would make it around 8 a.m. in and around there. Now, 8:20 a.m., Charles is shot according to the police report. At around 8:30, Alex calls 911 and claimed he killed his brother-in-law in self-defense. 8:30, JJ's bell rings at his school. At 8:36, an hour later from when Charles first arrived, emergency responders are dispatched to the house. Now, police are on scene at this point, and an officer is talking to Alex and then collecting information from Lori and Tylee after that. Alex seems to get away with murder in this, in my opinion, and so does Lori and possibly others who may have been involved, but more on that later. So first,
did you know that your bank account is a direct reflection of your beliefs, thoughts, and emotions about money? Well, you may find this hard to believe because who doesn't want more financial abundance? And why would anyone want their thoughts to prevent them from having more money? But the truth is, our beliefs about money are completely unconscious. They're in our subconscious. We don't recognize the hidden thought patterns and paradigms that block us from attracting the wealth, the abundance that we truly desire. So whatever that looks like for you, whether that's greater financial flow, more time freedom to travel, the ability to support your loved ones, these hidden thought patterns create a barrier between us, the money, and what it is we would really love to have so we could achieve our financial goals. If you want to finally break free from this barrier, you need to do only two things. First, identify what your hidden subconscious blocks are. And then, number two, install new and expansive thought patterns around money that will raise your vibration and attract the abundance and prosperity you want. Here's the challenge. Most people never spend the time to learn about the invisible laws of abundance that govern these results. And they wonder why they end up in the same financial situation year after year after year. I don't believe that is meant to be you. The fact that you're here right now means you're the type of person that's interested in increasing your level of awareness and equipping yourself with the tools and the strategies to rewire your brain for success and ultimately manifest a life you love.
Let's talk about Alex's version and his story and his own discrepancies in this, then we'll start comparing the other statements. So after calling 911, authorities show up and Alex walks outside. He then sits on the curb while an officer asks him some questions. Notable is how some of the officers' comments are actually giving suggestions to Alex as to what happened, and he seems to run with them. So he first says that his sister was talking to him, meaning Charles, and then he came at him with a bat. Later, he says they were having a tussle.
What happened today? How did it get to this?
I don't know. He was enraged.
What's going on? What happened?
He was talking with my sister earlier.
No, what happened today, though? Like just in the last 20 minutes.
He came at me with a bat.
Okay. Was he living here or
No.
visiting?
He came to pick up his son.
Okay, is the son inside?
No. My sister took him to school.
Okay, so it was just you at the house?
Yes.
And he came, how long, what time did he come to pick up the son?
I don't know, 20 minutes ago maybe.
Okay, so you know who he is, let him in?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think they were talking earlier, then she left, and then he got into it with me.
And then he talks about Charles accusing him. He gets up from the curb because the fire truck was too loud. The officer says, get up, come over here. So he starts walking. As he's walking, the police officer is saying, so what is he accusing you of? And there's just dead silence for a good, I don't know how many seconds. And he just walks la-di-da-di-da, trying to think of what to say. What do I say? What do I say? I don't know, he ends up saying.
He got into it with me.
Like what? What do you mean?
I don't know. He was accusing me of...
Come on over here. That truck's going to be really loud. What was he accusing you of?
He was just yelling at me.
Okay. What was he yelling at you about?
About my sister because I've broken up the tussle with them earlier. And he told me not to interfere anymore with them or I'd pay. And he came at me with a bat.
Okay, so he showed up in the house with a bat in his hand?
No.
Okay, so
There was a scuffle earlier with my sister and my niece. My niece got involved.
about earlier meaning earlier this week, earlier this morning?
Just this morning, before they left.
Before your wife left?
My sister.
Before your sister left?
Yeah.
Okay, who lives here with you?
Nobody. I don't live here. My sister lives here and my niece lives here.
And you're just visiting?
I was visiting for the night.
Okay, so you're over here visiting your sister and your
Yes.
niece?
Yes.
Okay, and there was a tussle between your sister and her husband?
Yes.
And does the husband live here or no?
No.
Okay. Okay, is he an ex-husband or just current husband?
They're working on that.
Gotcha. So at some point earlier today, they get into some type of domestic?
Yeah, just this morning, then they left, and then he came at me.
They left meaning who? Both the parties? Or-
Yeah, my sister took my niece and my nephew.
Okay, so they left.
Create some space for him, and then he came at me.
Okay, but did he leave also?
No.
He stayed here?
He stayed.
Then he says they left, meaning Lori, Tylee, and JJ, and then Charles came at him with a bat. And then the officer gives him another suggestion. Well, did you say something like, hey, don't touch my sister? And Alex goes, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Good. Did you say something like, hey, don't touch my sister, or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Now, also, how can Tylee come at them with a bat if Alex is saying they had already left? Discrepancy.
Okay.
And then he picked up the bat.
Where was the bat at?
In the living room.
He then says that Charles picked up the bat. Well, if Tylee has the bat, I think the wording would be different than then he picked up the bat. I thought Tylee had the bat. Then Alex mentions in the video about Charles coming in a rental car and then Lori leaving with Charles's rental car. That should be a question all in itself in Lori's statement, but that's not in there from what I've read. Alex says there's a verbal argument that Tylee poked at Charles. Charles took it away. He says, I stepped in and told them they need to separate. And he said they left around 20 minutes ago. And then he said, Charles is coming back at me and he still has the bat in his hand. We were in the living room. Alex says, what are you doing to Charles? And then he says, then I turned around and he hit
Flexibility is the embodiment of youthfulness. How old do you think I am? Would you guess that I'm 45? Yes, this is me at 45, and my body can do things today I could not even dream of as a child. Most of my life, I looked and felt decades older than my age, which is why I became obsessed with finding the answers to reclaim my youthfulness. I've tried everything from yoga, Pilates, Tai Chi, Qigong, dance, martial arts, going to the gym, doing high intensity, and nothing has ever given me the edge that I have been looking for. The gym left me feeling tighter and stiffer. Pilates machines, as well as the gym machines, were very limited in the range of motion and how far I could take my body. And yoga never brought me even close to the flexibility that I have always dreamed of having. So I abandoned everything that I've known in order to develop what became a regenerative training method, what has given me my youthfulness back, as well as many women around the world who are even past their 50s and 60s. So if you've tried all kinds of training modalities, healing modalities, or maybe you've been looking for anti-aging and natural beauty alternatives. Also, I do not do any face yoga. I have a very minimalistic approach to my beauty. I do not have any hair extensions, and I do not take any supplements to grow this or grow that. And my skincare routine is extremely simple. But the one thing that I swear by that has been my total makeover from the inside out is my regenerative training method that focuses on diving really deep into the spine, working with.
Hit me in the back of the head with a bat, and so I went to my room, got my gun, because I always carry it.
So you get in an argument? What is it over?
Well, it was over my sister. He was getting physical with her, and so my niece came out with her bat, and then he took the bat away from her.
Wait a minute, I thought you said your niece left.
She did, but this is before.
So before your sister and your niece left,
Yeah.
at some point your sister and her husband are arguing,
Yes.
verbal argument, and then your niece pulls out a bat?
Well, it wasn't verbal. He was getting close, and she came out to defend my sister with her bat.
Your niece?
Yes.
Okay.
And then she poked at him, and he took it away.
Okay.
And then I stepped in and told them they needed to separate.
Right.
So then my sister leaves with my niece.
And how long ago did they leave? Been like an hour, 10 minutes?
20 minutes, maybe, I don't know.
Okay. So not terribly long.
No.
Oh, okay.
And then he's coming back at me, and he's still got the bat in his hand. I'm like, what are you doing?
And where are you at it? Where are you
We were
both
in the
at?
living room.
Okay.
And then I turned around, and he hit me in the back of the head with the bat. So I went to my room and got my gun.
So you went to your room, meaning the room you're staying in?
Yeah.
Okay. You brought a gun with you?
Yes.
You always
Yes.
bring a gun?
I don't conceal carry always.
Okay.
Just to be safe.
How can you say that you asked Charles, what are you doing? And then that's worthy of, oh geez, I better go saunter and go get my gun out of the bedroom, because that's self-defense, right? And if someone has a bat at you, why would you turn around in that moment? If he's about to use the bat, you're not going to turn around. I smell something, and it's definitely not roses. Then the officer says, do you always bring a gun? He says, yep, just to be safe. And let's just time out again for a second. Alex brings his gun to Lori's house. He stays the night, even though they're planning on something fun to do that next day. But according to Alex, he always has his gun and wants to be safe. Well, Alex has a criminal record, and he tased Joseph Ryan, Lori's former husband, who's also dead, and he spent jail time for tasing Joseph. And Joseph is Tylee's biological father and Lori's third husband. Like I said, he's dead. So a little lookup of his history would show that he has a history of attacking Lori's ex-husbands, but I guess the rules don't apply to him here. And he can carry a gun, go kill someone, phone up, claim self-defense, and carry on. Just like they said would play out in Lori's coded email. Alex continues, I told him to put the bat down and he wouldn't, and he came at me again. Officer says, did you stay in your bedroom? No. Then the officer suggests to him, is that something you just didn't think about or didn't even occur to me, he says. Well, thank you, officer, for filling in his blanks.
Did you stay in your bedroom?
No?
Okay, why didn't you stay just in your bedroom, close the door? Is that something you didn't think about, or?
Didn't even occur to me.
Okay, so walk me through it. So you go back into your room
So I just went back to the living room, like, what is your problem?
with the gun in your hand?
Yes. And I said, I want you to put that bat down. He wouldn't do it. And he's like, and he came at me with the bat again after he'd already hit me in the head. So I shot him to stop him.
Okay, and then what happened?
That was it.
Okay.
Alex says, he came at me again with a bat again after he already hit me, and he came at me with the bat again. I shot him to stop him, told him to stop it. Officer says, then what happened? Alex says, that was it. So Alex grabs his gun, and Charles is going to come at Alex with a bat while Alex is holding a gun. And Alex earlier said he turned around and Charles came at him and gave him the little boo-boo on his head. Pretty sure if it was a little more substantial, he wouldn't be doing one of these, in my opinion. So the officer says, after you shot him, you put it in the room, meaning the gun. He says, I went back to my bedroom to get my phone. Officer says, then what did you do? I cleaned my head up. He was laying there still.
It's hard for us to imagine a life with dirty water, so we're going to try this. Imagine for a moment that you're a 6-year-old girl living in a rural part of the world. You have a family you love, a few best friends, and you're really good at jumping rope. And you love going to school. But despite your age, you also have a job. Because you're a girl, collecting water is a responsibility that you were born into. For as long as you can remember, you've woken up every morning before sunrise and gone to work. Up early to beat the heat, to beat the line, to beat your chances of being late for school. The walk is long, dense, steep, and dangerous. And the container you carry weighs almost as much as you do. But you have no choice, because water is life. Now you're 10.
It took me a minute to compose myself. I mean, I was just shaken, and then I called.
Where's the weapon at now?
It's in the bedroom.
So after you shot him, you put it back in the room, or?
Yeah, I went back to the bedroom to get my phone.
Okay. And what'd you do with your phone?
It's
Okay. And then what'd you do once you put your gun back? Grabbed your phone?
I cleaned my head up.
After was he laying there in the living room?
Yeah, he was laying there still. It just took me a minute to compose myself. I mean, I was just shaking, and then I called.
Gotcha. Okay.
So Alex shoots Charles. He's now laying in the living room. Alex then goes to his room to put the gun in there, grabs his phone, goes and cleans his head, and then calls 911 because in his words, he needed to compose himself. I guess someone dying to Alex, time really isn't of the essence. He has to worry about the boo-boo first. And side note, in my opinion, why resuscitate a zombie in Alex's eyes, right? So then the officer gives a little summary, and here's what he understood, and it's on police body cam. He says, Lori and the kids left, and then Alex and Charles are alone in the house. That's what he relays to the other officer on body cam. Here's what the authorities' statement says. On July 11, 2019 at 8:36 hours, patrol responded to a shooting call at 5531 South Four Peaks Place. An altercation ensued as a result of a domestic disturbance. One subject died as a result of the shooting. The decedent went to the listed address to pick up his 7-year-old son and take him to school. An argument ensued between him and his estranged wife. In an effort to defend her mother, a female juvenile tried to fend off the decedent with a baseball bat. The decedent took the bat from the juvenile and began swinging it. The shooter, the decedent's brother-in-law, intervened and was struck with the bat on the back of his head. The shooter then went into a bedroom and retrieved a handgun. He confronted the decedent and demanded that he leave. Armed with a bat, the decedent moved aggressively towards the shooter, at which time the shooter fired at least twice in what he described as self-defense. The shooter was released after his interview, and this case will be reviewed by the MCAO. Now, from my research, I never saw any statement that Alex demanded Charles to leave. We didn't even hear him say that on body cam. Also, Charles wanted to leave because he wanted to take JJ to school. So, of course, he wanted to go. He wanted to go and have breakfast with JJ. It wasn't like he wanted to stay. Also in the statement, it says that the shooter fired at least twice. The shooter was released after his interview, and this case will be reviewed. Well, it's more like 4 shots. We will discuss that in the next video. Now, important points to note in Alex's statement. He contradicts himself, it's clear. He states that Lori and Tylee were gone and he was left alone with Charles, and then said that Tylee had the bat and poked Charles. Charles picked up the bat, even though he said that Tylee had the bat. The cop gave him suggestions and Alex went with it, in my opinion. He wouldn't answer the officer when he asked what Charles accused him of. He couldn't even think of it. He walked for how many seconds with no answer and then just said, "I don't know." Okay then, Alex. So next, let's move on to Lori's statement. One thing. Hang on. Because that's kind of funny. Okay, Alex. This is old me. This was in, you guys, court's going to start pretty quick. That's why I'm stopping this right now. I'm going to mark down where we're at. We're at 20:22. So 20 minutes and 22 seconds. We'll continue this tomorrow lunch hour if you guys want. Are you guys finding it valuable, whatever I'm talking about? Okay, yeah, then Alex. Hang on, because that's kind of funny. Suggestions, and Alex went with it, in my opinion. He wouldn't answer the officer when he asked what Charles accused him of. He couldn't even think of it. He walked for how many seconds with no answer and then just said, "I don't know." Okay then, Alex. So next. I can't help it. That's funny, as you know what. Okay. That was done, you guys, in July 28th, 2020. So the year anniversary, or the year mark, around the year mark of Charles dying, and the kids were just discovered in June of 2020. So that was me, like a month later, bringing that up. So Peter says, notice Linda does not say the evidence will show. I do look different back then. I actually look, I don't want to say it, but I don't look well at that point. Like, I don't know if it's the makeup or whatever it is, but it's like, dear God, what was I doing with my makeup? Okay, so now let me queue up. We're going to let that go for now. We got to queue up court, but I'm going to go back to where I'm not going to get frustrated. So let's go back to East Idaho News and see if that will be good. Law and crime, I don't know. I think that showed me lots the other day. So let me just go back to this. Oh, we had a good laugh. Hey, you guys. Actually, sometimes when I used to have my editor, I used to get her to obviously edit, and I would laugh because some of the things that I said, I cracked myself up. I don't know. She just would always laugh at me going, "You're cracking yourself up all the time." I know. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's do that one. Okay, so we'll wait for it to start. We're going to have this to the stage. So tell me, what did you learn today so far on it? Have I ever had bangs? Yes, I did, but because it's used to this, it's just one big cow lick. It's been that long. I did it almost 5 years ago. Yeah, you guys are laughing at all the commercials. An email with an other link. Just depends on what link it is, David. So hang on. Oh, let me just see if I can do this one. Hang on. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Maybe this one will be better, but I have two others queued up just in case. Okay, so many discrepancies. Oh. Yeah, it's fun. Oh, Nate said he got it fixed. Yeah, it was so hard. I do owe you a Pebbles look. I will. Okay. I wonder at Nate's lunch, like he apologized for the glitches. I wonder what happened with that because it's, I love to help out, but we'll do that. But thank you, David. I super appreciate that. We're going to try this and then we'll just cycle through if something's happening. You guys have been super patient when there's some troubles with my channel, or not the channel, the stream. So I really appreciate you guys sticking here and staying with me and not abandoning. I really appreciate it. It's an early day today. Okay. You're awesome. Thank you. So, yes, Lori, Letitia, and Barry really riled you up. I was pretty spicy back then. I still am. How my dad is, well, we're just trying to figure that out. He might be released from the hospital, but he's afraid. Obviously, hasn't really walked, and he's had a heart attack, and he can't speak now. So I don't know what's going on with that. It's weird. And so we're just trying to figure out where he's going, what we need to do to set him up, and that kind of thing. And then, family dynamics is what it is. I'm the baby sister who doesn't have a clue, apparently. So I wonder how much early. So are like early day meaning it's stopping now, or it's what do you mean? Or there'll be a little bit and then they go, said they got a new provider and they said it would go good, but he got it fixed at lunch. Okay. Stephanie says we aren't going anywhere. Mindful Mess says, are you kidding us, Lynn? It's because you are super fun to watch and your chats are the best. Thank you. I love you guys. You're great. Susan J says, our chat always keeps it classy and has tons of patience. Why we love it here so much. Yeah, I love talking to you guys. I'm so happy that I get to do this with you and I was able to come back because it's been a long journey. I've had to take some time off and you know what? I don't work 16 hours a day anymore. As I used to, and it was kind of crazy that I was pulling in, and the longer and more I was working and doing these videos, the worse it was getting and the slower I was getting. So now I know better. I learned the hard way. So if you're going through some stuff and you're learning the hard way, that's what happens. Don't burn out because it's hard to come back. Yeah, it's been crazy. Well, it's so funny because sometimes I have little chats with, some dear friends, let's just say, and sometimes the conversation is about my family and whatever, and my girlfriend's like, "Do they not know what you do for a living and that you're going to get to the bottom of it? Like, do they not know?" It's kind of like, when somebody ends up being a doctor or let's say, for example, like let's say they're a brain surgeon, but their family, like the siblings still treat them like they're an idiot, like that kind of thing, And the problem, the beautiful thing and the problem is I can see patterns. I can see things developing. I can see patterns. So if I see it and I'm starting to see the pattern, sometimes I see it before. Whoa. What just happened? How was that even possible? Did you hear me repeat it? How is that even possible? Anyway, that was weird. So we're still waiting for it to go on, but yeah, so my girlfriend says to me like, do they not know? Do they not know? Not yet. Jacqueline says, we will be here. Pearl's Dream says, yes, we are classy and a little bit sassy with love and respect. Definitely the best channel to be on. I am so happy for the community and being able to hang out together. This has been 5.5 years of this channel. And for you guys to be on it, I've always said this, that I'm super proud of my community. I'm super proud that we're classy, we could be sassy, and that it's a safe spot. And I always say you can have a differing opinion, just keep it classy and don't, on my doorstep. Don't on my doorstep. Other than that, welcome, hang out, talk about true crime and then have a little bit of relief because it can be a lot. Yeah, a lot of YouTubers go through that. I think, you know what I think it is too, is trying to keep up on everything. Oh, now we have a perfect travel backpack. Okay. Keeping up on the videos and keep churning and trying to get the stuff out there. But the problem, what happens is you keep chasing it. And then because it's so research heavy in true crime And because I dive into details, it takes a long time. And the problem is when you get a video up and you don't keep posting these, one after another, the algorithm's not great. It's like, well, she's not only putting one out, like that kind of thing. So, I don't know. Algorithm's weird. And it could be some of my videos too. So I'm not going to say it's just the algorithm because I don't want to blame it on that. But it is frustrating. It's a frustrating experience. And I think so people just keep chasing it. And then you get burnt out if you don't have a team. I tried building a team, but now I'm managing the team instead of going to creation. You know what I mean? So it's kind of, yeah, I know. See? Now, I should put some clips up when I covered some of Charles. Is he still showing? There you are, buddy. Weird stuff always happened while I was filming about Charles all the time. It would be like I would film a video, I'd go to edit, and I'm like, where did that sound come from? Like, what is this? Yeah, the discrepancy. Here's the thing. Here's what you got to ask yourself. Like, what is happening and what is not happening? So what am I seeing and what am I not seeing? What's being said, what's not being said? And when you start doing that, it's like, oh, okay. Tamsin says, talk to your dad's nurse about getting into PATH unit. I'm not sure what that is. But thank you for that. What? Evangeline says, this week's the first time I've been able in the chat. I love it. You're all wonderful. It's so fun, isn't it? Silent one says, Linda, can you do an update on the cases we followed with the last 5 years? Oh my gosh. Well, trials, this is so interesting. So out of 5.5 years, we didn't start trials until 2 years ago. Is that correct? When did we go for Gannon? Was that a year ago or 2 years ago? Kind of the years go, they melt into each other now because I never really took a break. But the major ones is Gannon Stouck / Letitia Stouck, Barry Morphew, and Suzanne Morphew, Chad Daybell. I mean, I have in the Daybell alone, I think 400, I want to guess 400 videos. I looked the other day and including live streams, I think I'm at 667 videos I've done. And so that's a major part, right? And I know this case not in its entirety because I think I could still spend 1 or 2 years to learn more about it. But probably this one's the best known, and Gannon Stouck is 2 of the ones I knew inside out, and maybe even Barry Morphew. And for those of you who haven't seen me before, I like to dive into behavior. I like to dive into statement analysis. And I was naturally doing it without knowing what that was, if that makes sense. I was just naturally reading Letitia and can read through her crap. Like today, when Lori was talking about the drinks, the water and the juice, and I could see through it. Like it's like a pattern that shows up like, oh, I see what she's doing. This is the manipulation. That's XYZ. I'm happy to be back. Alexa says, I'm glad you still think it's a safe spot for you. We missed you while you were gone. I missed you. I love your channel, love your humor. You get me through my day sometimes. Okay, don't make me cry. Yes, it's a safe spot for me. You guys are amazing. Sometimes I get bad comments on my channel, but I know it's not you guys. So when I did my video a couple months ago, I think it was February that I posted it, that I was going through a really rough time. That was a very, very vulnerable video to make, but I just had this urge to just put it out there, get it out to you guys. And I flicked on the camera and just spoke from my heart. And when I got to the part, you can see it if you watch the video, I get to the part where I miss my community. And that is from the bottom of my heart. I need to be doing more interviews. I need to be doing more having guests on, because I really, obviously I like to talk. That's one of them. I like to talk, and I like to, I think it would be fun to do more of that. I think it just feels natural. Yes, I should do more lives. I agree. I'm feeling better now. Yeah, do lives in between. Yes. Yeah, it's just been like, you guys, it's been crazy. I should do the closing statement for the state. I wish I could be there. Maybe, you never know. Maybe I'll fly to Arizona, but I don't know if I'd get in or not. But I would love to see Lori just once. Just one time. Maybe the Brandon Boudreaux case. Maybe there won't be as many people there, and so I'll go for that. I don't know. Well, that's so weird. Okay, what is going on? It looked like the screen was breathing. Like, what the heck? Nikki says, I found this channel not long after my divorce, trying to work, homeschool my kids through COVID, learning to navigate all aspects of life alone, and you were my escape. Oh, I didn't, you know, first off, I'm glad I can be a source of comfort. I'm sure the snark helps everybody get through something, because the snark with you guys helps me get through it. I never imagined that this could be so fulfilling in so many ways. I really struggled when I took my time off. I struggled to come back because of the content. Um, because of the content. I was already struggling. So I was like, how do I get on this channel and talk about murder when I'm going through a rough time? I do my best to say the right names. Yes, from Heidi Broussard. That's the first one. I get a lot of comments asking, how did you get into this? And really, truly, I mean, I've been interested in true crime for a long time, like back when I was 15 or 16 years old. And because back then, I can't remember, I must have been maybe 17 or 18 when OJ Simpson came on. So my dad and I would always talk about it. We'd hear it on the news, we watch it on TV together, and we'd always talk. And so then I was supposed to go into law. That didn't end up happening. And then one day I just flicked on this camera, and my ex-husband, who was my husband at the time, he said, I didn't know you were going to start a new channel today. And I said, I didn't know either. I just felt the urge and felt it in that something, I should just get it out. What's the worst that can happen? And I flicked on the camera and I did a video and I uploaded it. And then it went nuts. I was like, oh my gosh. And people are going, I love your brain. I'm like, what are they talking about? Right. Lori and Dr. Tisha were exact same time. I was watching 2 trials at a time. How did I not remember that? I would watch one full, like I'd watch Gannon's, and then I would fast forward at nighttime on 2 times speed and watch the trial in 4 hours or 3 or 4 hours or whatever it was, and then I would start all over again. Thought about that. Yes, it did have me. And Justin Evans, of course. I still think of him all the time. Have I heard of Murder on Songbird Road? I don't know. Yes, Brian Koberger trial scene. I gotta dig up a script because I was writing a script, I want to say over a year ago, and it was a pattern on Brian Koberger, but I think you might find it interesting as a theory. However, I got to get up to speed on Brian Koberger and all the new information because when I wrote it, it would have been the old information. Maybe that would strengthen my theory, which would be fascinating. Okay, so where's this court? Is it not showing up soon or what? Oh yeah, I guess we're at almost at that 30-minute mark, aren't we? I appreciate you guys too. Thank you. Ugh. That was so tough, you guys. I was so sick too. I was sick for 6 weeks, I think it was. Super sick at Christmas, and then my good buddy died. So that was a lot too. And then they didn't have his funeral for a month. And so it was like every time I tried to come back on the channel, something bad would happen. And then try to get back on, something bad would happen. It was just like, what is going on? So I was starting to feel better in November, and then I got really sick. And then I was starting to get better, and then my friend died, and then of course I'm grieving. And then I went to his funeral, which I brought my oldest son. So that was new too for me because usually I brave it out, But I just thought, you know what? I'm going to ask my son to come with me because I don't need to be a hero. So I asked him to come with me because I couldn't help it. So he came with me. And it was a military funeral, which was incredible. Oh, we might be starting. Here we go.
Will you have a witness issue this afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Duncan was out ill yesterday and ill Sunday as well, and was not doing well as the morning went along. So I did send him home, and so Detective Werther will be our last witness today.
Okay.
I presume that Detective Duncan will be hopefully better tomorrow.
Right. All right. So depending on, well, when we finish with this witness, whether it's before or after our noon break or afternoon break, we'll conclude for the day at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
Is there anything else that we need to discuss before we bring the jury in?
Not that the state's aware of.
No? Okay. Let's bring the jury in.
All right, I'm waiting for the jurors to come in. Mountain Mama Nirvana says, this right here is your calling, Linda. You see things in a special way. You have the gift of discernment. Hallelujah. Bama Cat says, I like watching you and CM work together. Chris McDonough, he and his wife, Karen, actually gave a you know what and contacted me, said, this is so not like you. Why aren't you here? And actually, I wasn't even, it was so weird because I wasn't even looking at emails or anything. And it just so happened to see it. And then we had a little Zoom on the background. So I'm very appreciative because they encouraged me. Still took another month or so for me to come back. but I was so tired, all kinds of things, hormone issues, you name it.
All right, the jury is now present. Everyone may be seated. You can continue with this witness.
Thank you. So Detective, before the break, we had just admitted Exhibit 209, a PowerPoint that you created utilizing the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone, correct?
Yes.
The cell tower data that you obtained through, that you were able to obtain from search warrants on cell phones for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Correct.
As well as incorporating some of the video that you had obtained from Burger King and the Walgreens.
That's right.
All right. We had attempted to see if you could control this from your location, but you were not able to, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you sort of tell me as we go through when to proceed to the next stop, okay?
Very good.
So on this first page, is this just describing for us the cell phones and the data, where you obtained the data from?
Correct.
Okay. Can you talk to us about what we're seeing here? What is this for?
Yes. So I tried to have a slide for each set of records incorporated into the presentation. These are records I was provided. It's not necessarily the case that every one of these things is depicted at some point in the presentation, but these are all the records that was provided, about this number ending in 5452. Throughout the presentation, I'll refer to most of the numbers by the last 4 digits. It's just easier than listing the whole thing out, and they all have unique last 4. So the listed subscribers is listed there, and then also the contact name that was listed in the subscriber records, and then you can see what each of the files was, primarily CSV or XLSX files. These are spreadsheets like you would open in Excel.
Next.
Yep. Okay, there we are. This is the same title for a different phone number ending 9562. You'll notice this one is T-Mobile, and the way T-Mobile provided their records is a lot fewer spreadsheets. It just happens to be the case that Verizon tends to provide an awful lot of files. It's just the way they maintain their records, and we don't control that.
So some of them have records that one spreadsheet may include everything from calls to cell tower locations, and others they separate them all out.
Correct. Different businesses choose to keep their records different ways. We don't dictate it. We take what we're given and then we analyze that.
So this 9562 number is for Lori Vallow.
That's what the subscriber information listed, yes. And here we have the records related to a Verizon number ending 9120, listed subscriber, Mr. Alex Cox. This is again Verizon, so as you can see, we have that multiple number of spreadsheets in the manner that they tend to provide them.
And those are sort of the things that were on those thumb drives when we were talking
Correct.
about each exhibit.
Correct. And then this is going to represent the data extracted from Mr. Vallow's phone after the fact. This report that I incorporates only the locations logged by the device. There's other data on the phone that I don't address here.
And then you referred to the evidence item of the CH131035-001.
Yes.
And that's impound number for that cell phone.
Yes, that's the Chandler PDSI number for that particular device from which the data was extracted. I mentioned some of this earlier, but again, I have it on the screen here representing that these are location data expressed as latitude-longitude pairs, as you would see in many other circumstances. Any given device may log them more frequently or less frequently, but we can examine the phone and see if they are present. And then for the data point marker, if you would click advance once, when it's represented on the screen, it's going to be represented as a dot with no particular radius, because the way that the device stored the location, it provides a latitude and a longitude, but it doesn't make any assertion as to what the error rate on that is. It just says, here's the latitude and longitude that the device recorded on this date at this time. As we go through and we're looking at location data inferred from cell site connections, you will see pins on the map, and they're color coded because one of the easier ways for people to tell which thing we're looking at is what color it is. So you saw in the last slide, I had assigned the GPS location data the color of red. It's just as an arbitrary assignment. And then we have blue for one of the phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have purple for one of the other phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have green for the number attributed to Alex Cox. When you see these, those will be what they're associated with. And also, because that could be hard to remember, each slide that represents those records will have tabs up at the top to remind people of what they represent. We can advance, I think. This shape that you will see when we're dealing with cell site connections, this is a visual representation of what the estimated coverage area of a particular cell site would look like if you were above it looking down. So there's the way that the records are stored and the way that they're returned to us by the cell phone providers. They will indicate a date and a time a connection was made. They'll give sufficient information to identify the tower to which it connected and also the face of the tower. So cell phone towers have multiple faces that a device could connect to, and that's going to indicate a direction generally. And then one can estimate what the coverage area of that face of the tower might be, and that's represented on the map as an estimate of the device's likely location area.
So when we're talking about the cell phone itself giving you the GPS location, is that more specific than this cell tower data that you're receiving from the providers like Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yeah, so there's there's a distinction between precision and accuracy, right? So precision is how precisely the thing is defined. So what area? So when the GPS location data says this exact latitude and longitude to some number of decimal places was logged at this time, that's very precise. That doesn't mean it has to be very accurate, but it does mean it's quite precise. What you will see when these devices are connecting to cell towers is you're going to see relatively large areas where the device is inferred to have been. It likely was in that area. This is different because the device didn't record this location. The provider recorded that on this date, at this time, this mobile device connected to this tower on this face, and we know or are able to determine the approximate coverage areas of those towers. But it's not more precise than that. It's a much more general area. This is another representation of that shape. So this shape is derived by people in the industry by testing the way that these antennas work in what's called an anechoic chamber, which is a fancy word for
performing on the biggest stage in the world.
What a coverage area might look like under lab conditions. One thing to keep in mind is that the real world basically never mirrors lab conditions. This is an estimated area where you would expect an antenna to likely have coverage. And that's what it's represented for. And then if you click forward, it just shows the direction the antenna face was pointing. If you are looking at one of these shapes on the map, then that center line is what's known as the azimuth, which is essentially just the angle at which that face of the tower was recorded to have been facing.
So you're not able to tell us within this area where the cell phone may have been located?
Not without a different type of data or a separate corroboration. It's to say that the likely coverage area where the device likely was is somewhere in that red shaded area.
And so when you talked about trying to use other sources to verify this, we talked about Charles Vallow's phone and looking at the GPS data, for instance, with the Walgreens. Are you doing the same thing with the cell tower?
Yes, that's correct. It's with any of the data that we're given that asserts to represent the location of a person or of a device. One of the first things one wants to ask is, okay, well, how reliable is that? And what ways can we determine if it's reliable? And so in all instances, I'm looking to see other corroboration that that location data appears to be accurate. This is an example of what the mapping will look like that you'll see throughout this. So this is just a section taken from a slide that was generated, and I put it up front so you can see in advance what it's likely to look like at different points. So if you click forward, this is going to represent in Google Earth Pro, they have this timeline slider bar that allows one to interact with what time it is. So up top, that should be visible, and there'll also be notation, and it'll show approximately when the events depicted on the screen took place, and it'll be a range. It can be widened or narrowed as needed. And if you'll click forward. So as we just discussed, the estimated location for the device ending 9120 would be somewhere in that green shaded area. And if you'll click forward, the iPhone, which was recording its locations as pinpoints, those are all expanded out, but you see how the lines all draw to the same approximate place. That means that for a period of time, it was in a same location, and when one clicks on it, they all balloon out to show that they're all tied back, tied back to that same place. So you would expect the iPhone to be in the area where those all tie together. And if one zooms in, you get a more precise look at that. And then if you click forward, then the estimated location for 5452, somewhere in the lavender shaded area, you'll notice that they're sized differently. This size is an estimate based on cell phone tower density. It can vary by provider, and it can vary by the area, because as a general rule, cell phones seek the strongest connection that they have available to them. So when the device connects to the tower, that tower's area may be greater if there is less density of cell towers around, and it may be smaller if there's more density. And then the last thing is a reminder of what those tabs up top are for. Those are just to help a viewer keep track of what they're seeing on the screen.
All right. You told us that you mapped just July 11th of 2019, correct?
Correct. So this animation is showing location data derived from the cell phones. You'll see the tab up top reminding you what the color coding means. And it shows the True by Hilton 1950 South Santan Village Parkway, and that the location data is in that area in the early morning hours and also in a few areas nearby, but then returns to that area.
I don't know why I did that. Hold on. So we're looking, you have 716, Charles' iPhone is in the area of the True Hilton. So this is AM, correct?
Yeah, so it's, and forgive me, I'm going to use military time because it's what we do. But 0000 is midnight through 716. This animation covers that range of time, and it's playing through what the locations do as one scrolls through that time, including that they end and the True by Hilton. These can be somewhat graphically intensive.
Okay. So as you're continuing through the morning, you continue mapping the GPS of Charles's phone?
Yes, so
I don't know why it's doing this.
we may need a different machine.
May need to what?
A different machine. Okay, this time frame that you saw depicted partially is showing that from 716 to 731, all the individual recorded locations describe a path, and that path leads from the True Hilton along major roadways generally, and then comes at around 731 to the area 5531 South Four Peaks Place. And then it goes slightly past that to 737, which marks the last outgoing communication sent by the device before the shooting is known to have occurred.
We'll keep trying this one, and if it messes up again, I'll switch to the other one.
All right.
So just so we know, when was the 911 call?
The 911 call was at 8:36.
So at 7:37, you see the last outgoing communication. That's a text message sent by the phone.
Correct. This is advancing from 7:37 to 7:49 and showing those various location hits in the general area of the Four Peaks Place house. And then at about 7:50, which as it notes is 45 minutes before the call would be made to 911, the device leaves the area. And then it zooms out and it shows that it is 7:52, which is about 43 minutes before the call will be made to 911. The device associated with Alex Cox, specifically the 9120 device, makes an outgoing call to the 9562 device associated with Ms. Lori Vallow.
All right, so we see the little house icon is the residence where the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
And we see Lori Vallow's phone at this point at 9:52, utilizing a cell tower that is overlaps some, but it appears to be away from the residence.
Yes, so the pin is the location of the cell tower that is being connected to in each of these cases. So yes, one would notice that the cell tower being serviced for Ms. Vallow's device is a bit farther to the north in this case.
And then you said that there is a call from Alex Cox's cell phone to Lori Vallow's cell phone?
That's correct. So we've added on the map the location of the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, and you can see the red dots again representing the GPS locations from Charles Vallow's phone, arriving at around that time. So we're looking from 7:53 to 7:56, and the device is at or near where that Burger King is located.
And so when you went to Burger King, let me ask this, the prior map that we saw, did that cell tower cover the area of where this Burger King was or is?
It may have. The thing is, all these locations are estimates, so it's in the area. It likely covered it, yes.
Did you then utilize that video that we talked about to confirm that Charles Vallow's phone showing in this area appeared to match the SUV as well as Ms. Vallow being there?
Yes, it appears to match this visit to the Burger King, which we are now seeing. This is the video that I recovered from the Burger King.
All right, so this was a video that, so you could identify the vehicle and at least see the license plate on that?
Correct.
And as you watched it, this one doesn't depict the, or you can't see the driver on this video, right?
Right, there's another view coming up.
Okay. So this one just shows us hands going in and out.
It does. It shows the view showing the vehicle. This is one of the views that they have of their drive-through.
So if we forward to the next slide,
Yes,
we will see from the inside the service of.
correct. So this is their drive-through window view. Again at 7:54. Bless you.
And so did this appear to match the receipt that you had received?
This did appear to match the receipt, and this I was told as well, and that document was associated with this transaction.
So the time matched up as well as what they appear to be purchasing
Correct.
from the video.
Correct.
Now, in this video, were you able to see if there was someone in the back seat?
I can't particularly tell if there's someone in the back seat.
So you could tell there was a passenger, though.
Front seat passenger, yes. All right, so we see the vehicle pulling away. It's almost 7:56 according to their timestamp. We can now advance. This video as well is going to show at about 7:56 as the vehicle leaves from that view at the drive-through.
So again, we're seeing that the times that are documented on Charles's phone seem to appear with what you're looking at from other independent sources.
That's correct. So here we have the location data from Mr. Vallow's iPhone is now moving north. You see those few hits that are rendered in red. That's from 7:56 to 8:06. So that's the time that the vehicle just left and going forward 10 minutes. And then at 8:06, there is this outgoing call from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's device. And you can see the service area for Ms. Vallow's device has also moved north to an area that covers the same area where you see those red data points for Mr. Vallow's iPhone.
So now it's clear that from the mapping that Charles Vallow's phone, the GPS data appears to be in the general area of where Lori Vallow's cell phone is utilizing a cell tower.
That's correct.
And Alex Cox's phone appears to be utilizing a cell tower in the area of the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks.
That's correct.
Then we have a phone call at 8:06. At this time, has 911 been called?
Nope. This location data now goes to an area where there is a Walgreens in Chandler. This is, again, location data for Mr. Vallow's phone. And then it goes north and west to a different Walgreens. This Walgreens at 785 South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them?
I did not.
So you picked the right one. You called this Walgreens. Were you able to see that the phone was there for a while?
Yes.
And did that give you a clue that this was the Walgreens that might have some relevant information?
More likely, correct.
So we see those red dots again identified as Charles Vallow's iPhone, the GPS data that was extracted from it. And we see that his phone is in that area around 8:08.
Well, it moves to that area. So at 8:08, it was at the one on Lindsay. And then from 8:08 to 8:17, it moves up to the one on Cooper. And that's where we are now, is at around 8:17.
And we can tell that from the up on the left-hand corner.
The slider up top. Yep.
Okay. So then you went to that Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them?
That's right.
And is this the video?
This is the video. You can see the timestamp at 8:16 as she walks in. And then I think we can advance to the next. So these are just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated, so I don't control when it starts or ends. Those are the clips that they had.
So she's buying 2 pairs of flip-flops.
As indicated in the receipt. So you'll see on their timestamp, we're now up to 8:20 and the transaction is completed. Yeah, I think we can go to the next slide. All right, so this shows now a time span from 8:17 to 8:33. You see that the next location hits move over to Lawrence Life Academy at 8:33 at 1305 South Gilbert Road. So this is a couple minutes before the 911 call. And then we see the 911 call depicted in that coverage area in the green towards the bottom of the screen. And it shows 8:35 and 54 seconds is when the outgoing 911 call is placed. It shows that number there to 911, indicating that the call is outgoing from the 9120 number associated with Mr. Alex Cox. And the last location data that we see in this time span for Mr. Vallow's iPhone is up by the Gilbert and Ray area.
So where we see that red dot is where Lawrence Life Academy is, or in the general area of that.
Correct.
And then we see that still back at the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks is Alex Cox's cell phone. And this is when he finally makes the 911 call at 8:35.
That's correct. This is an excerpt from the Chandler Police Department's CAD report in this manner, showing the call received and connected at 8:36 and 21 seconds. And this is specifically relative to this case. You can see our report number in the first line of text entered by the call taker.
And is that, again, to verify that phone call you're seeing occurring on Alex Cox's phone records matches up with what is being received?
Exactly. And then here at 8:49, we would see, looking at the location data on Mr. Vallow's phone, it's moving south, and that it's about at 8:49 that it arrives in the neighborhood at 5531 South Four Peaks Place, rather, and specifically on that street. So just looking at the data, you would expect the device has now arrived in the area of the house at about 8:49.
Now, you told us that this GPS data, that you have no control over when a phone is documenting that. So it's not like every minute or every 5 minutes that it does that.
Correct.
You're just given the data you're given. That's when it marked again that where it was.
Correct.
Did you then, again, to try to confirm that this is in fact, his phone is back in the area by looking to body cam footage to show the arrival of Lori Vallow and Kylie Ryan?
Correct. So one way of corroborating if the device is traveling with her and if it arrives at about the same time, our body cameras are all time stamped. The officer happened to be wearing his upside down, so I'll fix that for you in a moment on this slide, but you can see the timestamp there. And if we advance, I highlight a couple of things about this slide. I highlight the sandals. I invert the timestamp so you can read it properly, and I do the conversion because it's in Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which is always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. So you have to do a little conversion to get to 8:48 in the morning.
So that again matches with the GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone showing that his phone was now back on scene.
Correct.
Now, you continued to track the phone for the day.
Yes, so this shows the time span 8:49 to 9. The phone is near the Four Peaks house, as was Alex Cox's device. Advancing a little bit, we see that now Alex's device is up in the area of the Chandler Police Department. And another way that I can check that that appears to be accurate is that I know that he was transported there at about that time.
All right, so we saw, before this went purple, that Lori Vallow's cell phone and Alex Cox's cell phone were in the area of the 5531 South Four Peaks,
Yes,
along with Charles's iPhone.
yes,
And then we see a movement of Alex's phone to the Chandler Police Department.
yes, that area where it was at the end of the slide before the animation overpowered the machine was showing a coverage area that includes the Chandler Police Department.
So what are we seeing here then?
Okay, this is just advancing forward through the day. So showing that if you go to the noon hour, then between 12:13 and 12:36, the device moves up to an area by Santan Village Parkway in the 202. And then there is a tower connection with Ms. Vallow's device ending in 9562, showing that device is also in an area served by that tower.
So in this time frame then of 12:30, we see both Charles Vallow's cell phone GPS data and Lori Vallow's cell phone utilizing a cell tower in the area of Santan.
Yes, that's right. So this is again showing the trail of those location data points moving forward in time as Charles Vallow's device is moving roughly east. And you can see also connections made by Lori Vallow's phone and by Alex Cox's phone in similar areas at similar timeframes until we get to a point where the device arrives at this house at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan, which I understand to be Mr. Alex Cox's residence at the time.
All right, so the address of 1658 East Shari or Shari Street in Santan was Mr. Cox's residence. And now at 1:40 or so, 1:30 to 1:40, we're talking about Charles Vallow's phone sending GPS data that it's in that area.
Yes, that's correct. So now looking at 1342 to 1407, so that's 1:42 to 2:07 p.m. You see multiple tower hits from both of Lori's devices, and you also see persistent GPS location data from Mr. Vallow's device in that same area. Specifically, this call that you're seeing now in the lavender is known to be a call made to Detective Inkland's desk phone.
All right, so we have Lori Vallow in the area of utilizing a cell tower in the area of her brother Alex's house.
Get the advice you need.
Detective Inkland had called Lori to ask them to return to the scene.
I was aware of that.
Were you actually at the scene?
At that time, I don't think so.
Okay. You were there earlier.
That's correct.
So,
No, I'm going to correct that. I was there at that time.
okay. You were still at the
I was
scene
still at the scene at that time, yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, so this next map or slide that we see, what is this time frame we're seeing?
Okay, so this advances just a little bit. So it's 1409 to 1418. Again, we still see red location hits for Mr. Vallow's iPhone. We still see blue for Ms. Vallow's 9562 number. And we see this lavender one come up for her 5452 number. It's an outgoing call to a particular phone number that I know to be associated with the Valley of the Sun mortuary. If you advance to the next slide.
Maybe.
Oh, now you can advance. I was just highlighting the number. This is that same number on their website.
So at go back, at 2:18, Lori
Correct.
Vallow is calling the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
Yes. So here we advance this area. This is going up closer to 243. You'll see location data for the iPhone starts trending westward and is eventually going to arrive again in the area of 5531 South Four Peaks. That's at about 3:11 p.m. when it arrives in that area.
Now, you indicate in one of the icons up there that from 209 to 243 or 1409 to 1443, that You also had noted Lori's, both of her phones associated with her, the Verizon and T-Mobile, as well as Alex's Verizon phone, were initially in the area of the Alex's house in Santan. And that's sort of throughout that time period, you're saying.
Correct.
And then we see initially Charles's GPS coming back to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks and arriving there around 2:43.
Arriving there around 3:11. Yep, correct.
So we know that because we have to again look at the slide up at the top. That's when it arrives there.
Correct.
After that, did you become aware that Charles Vallow's cell phone was handed over to Detective Enclan?
I did.
And then presented to someone later in your forensics unit to download, extract, so that you could use it for instance, this.
Correct. It was assigned that item number I listed earlier in the report, and then it was submitted for extraction, and that's how I eventually obtained that location data that you've just seen.
Did you look at any other days to do GPS data?
I did not.
Was this day looked at because you were trying to see what was going on with both Miss Vallow, Alex Cox, as well as Charles, and later just his phone?
Yes, specifically, we initially had concerns about the timeline I was initially asked to look at, and I looked at it at that time, noting those issues, which led to recovery of video and things. Is not primarily my case. I was
Ladies and gentlemen, phones need to stay off or you will be asked to leave the courtroom.
as it's not primarily my case. Beyond that, I would have done whatever else I was asked to do, but I wasn't asked to look at other days in this case.
So ultimately, your what you determined was that the timeline of Lori Vallow leaving when the 911 call was and returning back was not accurate.
Yes, as I understood, based on, again, the multiple different ways now that we're able to corroborate location not only of devices that are relevant, because we knew at this point that she had Charles's phone, we knew numbers for her phones, we have video of her at various places. It led to the inescapable conclusion that either the shooting did not happen that close in time to the 911 call, or that she wasn't there for the shooting. I could not see a third way of interpreting that data.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Here we go.
Detective Werther, you had submitted a report on 12/26/2019, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And have you had a chance to review that at all before your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So you found some interestingly contrasting things in your report that you reported on that date. You made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Then you also made a note of his interactions with women he was attempting to date. Is that correct?
I do remember that.
Okay. Detective Werther, in your report on Bates page 103, you indicate that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes and found that she never boarded. Is that correct?
Hold on.
Check to relevance.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just in his report, Your Honor, and I was just going over it to see if.
Well, everything in a police report isn't necessarily relevant. Well, how's it relevant to this case?
It's relevant to show what was going on in this, right before this happened. These events happened
Within June and July.
All right, it's the objection sustained.
Did you learn who Florence Hughes was?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
In your report, Detective, you find evidence that Charles did in fact send someone $1,000.
And I would object to relevance again.
Sustained.
And I would object to relevance to all of these types of questions.
When you had,
What was your role in going through the data from the phone, from my husband's phone?
So primarily, I went through the location data because of the concerns we had about timeline. I know I went through other data associated with other accounts, but I don't believe I specifically went through the phone extraction outside of the location data.
okay. But in your report, you made a lot of notes to these things, but that wasn't what you were looking for. You just happened upon it. How did that happen?
So there are things found, I think many of those may be related to a Google account. And yes, as certain things were being accomplished as a team, sometimes you'll task out and say, would you look through this to see what you find that may be relevant? And it isn't always clear up front in an investigation what's going to be relevant. So when I see communications between people without knowing the full story, particularly when I'm not the primary case agent, I may note things because I want to make sure the case agent knows of them so he or she can decide if that's a thing that needs to be pursued further. And if they think it is, then they can ask me or someone else, or they can do it themselves. But that would be why some of those things are documented.
Okay. And you wrote them in your report because you thought they might be relevant?
Yes, not knowing the full case, I noted things like that that may be relevant.
And that would need to go to the case agent so he could decide if those were relevant or not as well.
Correct. The case agent has much fuller information, particularly as a long-term investigation goes on. As somebody who's just helping out with certain tasks, it's not always obvious to you what things are going to be relevant to the person who knows the entirety of the case.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock. Is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock.
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates
Can I
for my
object?
husband back
Hold
to?
on.
If we can do a sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different question,
No,
Your Honor.
whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question. You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
Detective, you talked about going with Detective Moffett to the hotel room where you found my husband's laptop. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then was also his iPad in there?
I believe so.
And then you said some suitcases,
Correct.
maybe his briefcase was like a rolling suitcase.
It may have been. We may be describing the same thing differently. I didn't personally inventory the items. I helped to package them and take them back to the station.
Okay. So when you got there, does that stuff go in evidence bags? I mean, how does that work when you got to the hotel room? Can you walk us through that?
Sure. There are different ways that one could do it. Pardon me. If the crime had occurred at the hotel room, it might be done in a different way. In this case, just clearing out someone's hotel room instead of unpacking everything there and searching through all of it in the hotel room and then repacking it all there. Sometimes it's much more appropriate to take the items as they are, seal them up, take them back to the station and impound them where they can be dealt with later as needed. So that's what we did in this case.
And then so with the electronic devices, were they off already or were they on? How did that work out?
I didn't check the condition of them, but I also didn't alter the condition of them.
So nobody got on there and opened it up or anything to see if it was powered on or not?
I did not do that.
Okay. And it was just you and Detective Moffett in there, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you collect all those things and then you take them with you to go to evidence, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so how long about do you think that you were there at that hotel room?
I no longer recall exactly how long we were there.
And then is someone documenting that? Like as you're putting together things, someone's writing down what that is, what you're taking?
Oh, writing down what the items are. Yes, we do document what the items are that we're taking, typically by at the station entering that into our report management system where they're assigned numbers like the one that you saw for the cell phone earlier. And then an evidence continuity begins when they're submitted to the property and evidence unit.
And then was there anything left in there that wasn't taken? I mean, just kind of clear out all of his things.
Anything left in the room?
Correct.
I do not believe we left anything in the room.
Okay. So then all of the things were taken into custody and that was the end of your association with them?
That's right.
Okay. But you were instrumental in delivering them, is that correct?
Yes, I assisted in packaging and delivering them, yes.
And that was just you and Detective Moffett?
Yes, that's right.
In the course of your investigation, Detective, did you become aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on me?
I'm not aware of that.
In the course of your investigation with my husband's phone, did you come across the threatening text messages from him to me?
I don't believe I saw text message content from his phone. From the phone, I restricted what I was looking at to the location data I had been given. So I'm not aware of contents of the phone.
Okay. And then, Detective, what was your role back at the house at Four Peaks Place? Approximately what time did you arrive and then leave the scene?
I arrived, it's indicated in my report, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I don't recall, but I remained at the scene essentially, as mentioned, to shadow and observe the way these investigations are conducted. I know I was still there when the medical examiner arrived. I know I was still there when Mr. Cox came back, but exactly what time I left, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned you were shadowing Detective Kuntz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay with him the whole time?
Yes.
And so you just kind of helped him doing what he was doing?
Yes, and I'm not confident how much I was there helping as much as observing. I didn't actually perform any particular tasks while I was there because, again, I was not on the team yet.
So you were observing mostly?
Mostly.
And then did you take notes while you were observing or just
I did not.
physical with the eyes?
I was just there to observe, yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had called me on July 12th, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that I had told you that I had when you asked me about information about JJ's school, I gave that to you, correct?
Correct.
And then I told you that I had the hotel key, is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you'd send someone over to pick it up.
Well, yes,
Correct.
I said I would check with the case agent, and that's probably what would happen.
And then, so did you contact Detective Moffett and discuss that with him?
I did.
And then he sent you over to the house to get it?
Well, we agreed to go together. Oh, to the house, I'm sorry.
Oh, to come pick up the card key?
Yes, I think we agreed that I would go do that, yes.
Okay, what about time was that? Was that on the 12th?
It was on the 12th. It's in my report. I think it was the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay. And then you weren't with Detective Moffett at that time?
I was not.
And then when did you guys actually go to the hotel to pick up that stuff?
We went right after that.
Oh, it was immediate?
Yes.
How long, Detective, did you analyze all this data before you did your report?
Well, that could be a complicated question because initially I only looked at the location data I had been provided. And initially we were only dealing with the location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then I wasn't heavily involved in the investigation after that point. As I recall, I was actually out of town some, and so I wasn't heavily involved. And then if you advance to some years later when I had learned more how to interpret cell phone records, and those cell phone records still existed, I was asked to look at them and to incorporate them into an overall analysis. So that now we're talking about something that occurred several years later. And the exact amount of time I spent doing that, I don't know exactly how long that would have been. I still did restrict my analysis to just that one calendar day.
In the first place, and then you got more data later?
I know there is more data, but I have not gone through and done a thorough analysis of all of the data that has been assembled over the course of whatever time frame has been determined to be relevant in this case. I was asked to look at the day of the event.
Okay. But you had other data in this report that was dated 12/26, is that correct?
Yeah, that seems right.
How long before that 12/26 report did you spend compiling data? That's kind of my question, like weeks or months or just a few days?
I'm not sure I fully understand that question. So if this is what you're asking, when you write, for example, a search warrant to an internet service provider, let's say for somebody's Google or for something similar to that, once you send that, you just have to wait. And at some point they give it back to you. And then once they give it back to you, you go through it and you see what's contained in that. You save it to the side as evidence, and then you create a copy so you can go through that. And that's what I did. The amount of time I spent doing that, that's not something that we log.
Okay. But your report goes from, I guess, Bates page 88 to 105, so about 8 pages worth of data, yeah? Say?
I'm not sure, is that a question?
Or maybe it was even longer. Did you go to Lauren's Life Academy at any point?
I did not.
And were you able to identify JJ in the front seat of the car at the Burger King?
I wouldn't say that I can definitely identify him.
That you indicate possible juvenile with short dark hair in front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's what I was able to see on the video.
Okay.
She has 5 years to figure this out, and this is what she comes up with.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's all you'll ever
All
have.
right. Redirect.
When you went to the True Hilton Hotel and picked up all of Charles Vallow's personal property, did you ever review anything from his laptop? Were you provided with extractions from his laptop that you reviewed?
I think I was at one point provided that, yes.
Did you use any of that data from the laptop in creating your PowerPoint?
No,
Did you review anything, any extractions from his iPad?
I don't believe I reviewed the iPad.
So obviously, did you use that in your PowerPoint?
No.
In your understanding, why were you only asked to look at the day of July 11th of 2019?
My understanding specifically was because we were looking at the very significant to us fact that the timelines that we had been told appeared to be inaccurate. The purpose of what I looked at was to examine whether that inaccuracy was supported by or refuted by various different types of location data, video data, other evidence. And again, that's specifically what I looked at is, does it appear that this device, as I had been told, was actually traveling with Miss Vallow, or does it not appear to be the case? And doesn't matter to me what the outcome was, but as you can see, there are indications that it was. Beyond that, if someone had asked me, oh, well, now there's some relevant question we want you to look at an expanded timeline for, I would have been happy to do so, but I was not asked to do that in this case.
So were you trying to determine whether or not it was accurate if you had not or been advised that the shooting occurred just before 911 was called?
Correct.
And did what you learned match up with that?
No, again, as I said, I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
How can the jurors not be confused at this point? Like, what in the hell?
All right, members of the jury, I've been informed that a witness that was scheduled for this afternoon has become ill and would not be able to appear this afternoon. So we're going to break early for the day. The schedule for the rest of the week will be 10:30 to 4:30 for Wednesday and Thursday. So plan on 10:30 to 4:30 for both of those days. You're free to go for the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
All right, the jury. We'll see if they're going to have a little chit chat.
All right. Well, an early day with Special Projects EP George Obi. Day 6 is now over, and it looks like we could have gotten some more witnesses on the stand, but Nate Duncan is under the weather, whether he is the lead detective on this case, and that is going to be huge testimony whenever he does take the stand. But 3 more witnesses now. You're looking at the state seal court ending a bit early today.
From the defense.
A little housekeeping.
I can't think of anything, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30.
All right. So Lori Vallow Daybell cannot think of anything else she can address today. She has had a busy day cross-examining Mr. Werther there, Detective Ariel Werther, who took us through a lot of technical. We got the whole timeline of events from the day of July 11th, 2019. But definitely strong testimony. Maybe not the juiciest details, but we've been all around that from the personal, humanistic side of things to now very much the nitty gritty and the logistics of how this all went down.
Yeah, a very important piece of this case is, again, setting up, we talked about this before, the motive part, but there is a technical aspect. The state needs to prove and needs to show the jury Lori's whereabouts, and where she was is telling. Where she was certain times of the morning as it relates to the shooting is very important, because as we saw in his testimony, they were able to track her with Charles's phone, among other phones, but Charles's phone specifically, and the GPS data, where she was in relation to when the 911 call was made, how quickly she was able to get to these locations, and why some of what she was saying didn't match up with the data they have. And that's very hard to disprove, because, again, first of all, they do this all the time. This is not some new thing that they're
It's
doing.
not a new technology.
No. And so we all have a digital footprint. We all know what that is. And he even mentioned it. He personally keeps his GPS off, but he knows a lot of people do not. And so that's the data that they were able to use. And I thought, we talk a lot, that sometimes this testimony it gets too techie and maybe people don't follow along. Say it again. This is why it's important as a jury. If you're ever a juror, definitely keep notes. It will help you. It will help you make sense of things. Or if you're on a jury where you have the ability to ask questions afterwards, as we've seen in this case, that is very helpful too. And I thought, since they already made the PowerPoint, they already had the PowerPoint ready. I personally was able to kind of follow along, and I thought, I thought it made sense.
I mean, it can be complicated at the beginning, but he is showing you how she had Charles's phone with her the entire time. That is the GPS locator basically matching up where she and so crucial for the jury to see her in the Burger King drive-through, just not long after leaving the scene of the shooting. And then what we haven't seen before,
The Imperium demand.
Okay. I don't know if you guys want to continue that. I have it on pause, but what a day. What's confusing to the jurors, I'm sure, is we have the detective, Ariel Werther, talking about the timeline, talking about the GPS, and Lori just wants to ask him about Charles's dates, which has nothing to do with nothing. And she's creating the diversion so she doesn't have to talk about the timeline. If she was smarter, which she's not, she would have asked about the timeline, but maybe asked about something that, was a diversion to that. But instead, she's going on like way the left hand side and asking irrelevant questions, and Trina saying, objection, she's trying to smear the victim. And the judge said, look, like there's no relevance whether he went out on dates or not went out dates. The only thing you can say is if, the person the night before, who's Nancy Jo Hancock, who went out on a date with Charles, that she had some relevant information. So she's doing herself a disservice, which I'm happy about. Keep asking the stupid, dumbass questions. Go ahead. But it's been like that all day today. And she turned up the snark a little bit more tonight with the detective. But earlier in the day, she was asking about her bottles of water and apple juice because she's trying to divert the focus. But what's happening is, in my opinion, and maybe yours, the jurors could be just sitting there like, what is going on? And hopefully they know what she's up to. Keith says, is Linda getting targeted Warhammer ads? Could she be that awesome? I don't know, but let's just say I am. You guys liked my Shih Tzu hair on the side because I can't handle it. I mean, the stupid stuff that she asked her. I literally wrote down, Lori has a nothing burger. And someone in the comments said, land the plane, Shih Tzu, land the plane. She opens up saying there's some interesting contrasts and talks about love and devotion to her and Florence Hughes. Now, you might not know, but Charles actually was catfished during this time leading up to his murder. And someone was bilking him out of thousands of dollars. And so that happened. And I think that's what Lori was trying to go to because she started talking about the $1,000. Yeah, she literally learned not one thing. So she's had all this time to prepare. Okay? She's had all this time. And this is the questions she has come up with. So in the beginning of last week, it was like, wow, some people are impressed. I mean, she asked some good questions in the beginning, but that's about all the effort she's made since then. I don't know what she's coming up with. The questions are ridiculous. They have nothing to do with anything. Is zero. That doesn't have to do with anything. And it's getting quite annoying. The judge is annoyed. Trina is annoyed. But I like how Trina objects. I like how she talks to the witnesses and brings them back full circle. Like, no. So what you're saying is, I wish it was a little bit deeper with Trina. I feel like we're still kind of surface. I wish there was a little bit more diving into it. Again, I like the details, and the truth is in the details. She's trying to confuse them. She's trying to distract the jury. She wants them to doubt everything. Of course. She's trying to, but failing miserably to muddy the waters. I mean, she's muddying them. But yeah, like it's just the nonchalada. Mimi says they still hear all of the facts and they have to realize she's trying to manipulate them. Well, that's the thing, right? And she's just so far off left field, which we know she's like that in her own religion, which is her own religion, literally, that she borrows from whatever she feels like. Yeah, he was catfished as well. So there's that. Deborah says, Linda and everyone, she's trying to make the jury think that she was in potential danger from Charles because of the $2 million policy. Thank you, Deborah. Now, we heard her on body cam footage in November of 2019. So that would have been 4 months after Charles was killed. Yeah. And that was when the welfare check happened. Okay, Woodcock called, do a welfare check on JJ. They came to the door, and she said, she talked about the $2 million policy, and she said that her brother was after her. So that'd be Adam. And so she's trying her best on that, but that's also the time where she said that the kids were watching Frozen 2, and that would have been in wintertime in Idaho where the kids were frozen, both of them. Yes, Charles did pay some money. Now, let me just go to the timeline and I'll show you. Let's see. So February 10th of 2019, 5 months before Charles was murdered. It says, in an elaborate catfish scheme, Charles begins confiding in what he thought were women he met online, but were bilking him for thousands of dollars. In this particular chat, he told the scammer that Lori was gone and that he had to hire a nanny. He also referred to her as absolutely nuts. Now, one sec. I'm going to read this. I think I read this the other day. Yeah. He referred to Lori as absolutely nuts. So there was a video chat attempt documented, which both commented they were able to see each other but not hear them. This is typical of online scams, where the scammer can play a video of an attractive person and not have to worry about the interactive nature of a voice conversation. In March, that user requested funds from Charles. He agreed, and she provided an address for Western Union of funds. They began to message about spending the rest of their lives together. From context, it appeared there may have been successful voice calls made. In April of 2019, there were messages indicating Charles had realized this account was a scammer. Shortly thereafter, it appeared he was convinced this person was not a scammer. And shortly after that, they redact a Gmail address, claimed to have been left $3 million by a wealthy relative and provided him credentials for intercontinentalbankinginternational.com. He questioned this, asking why she was using a Nigerian bank and noting many of those were scammers. There was a lot of more discussion where it was apparently this Gmail account was a scammer, and Charles had not entirely caught on to this. In May of 2019, Charles commented that this Gmail account would have to book a flight, as he had no way of doing it without Lori seeing it. And I'm not ready to tell her yet, but she knows we're done. She wants to be done too. He commented he had not been with Lori for over 3 months. On May 1st, he commented that Lori did not want a divorce. She wanted to live under the same room and not be my wife. She doesn't want to be with me anymore. I'm not sure I can do that. There was an image where he sent $1,000 via Western Union. On May 8th, he talked about having agreed with Lori that he would move out soon, and messages indicated he sent her a phone and was in talks to send $3,800 to someone she put him in contact with, someone who purported to be an attorney. On June 17th, Charles told this gmail.com that Lori still didn't want a divorce, but doesn't want me. Around that time, he FedEx mailed $1,000 on a Visa gift card to a name at this Gmail account, provided as being a friend who would receive money on her behalf. On June 19th, he commented to her that he was going through some things with Lori. It's just touchy. And June 20th, Charles made comments about he and Lori were no longer friends and that she would not speak ill of him, but she did not understand him. On June 21st, he commented he was packing her things to take to Arizona on Sunday. On the 23rd of June, he commented he was driving to bring Lori items in Arizona in a house he had leased there. On June 26th, this gmail.com account asked what he was doing. Charles replied, fighting a crazy train who I'm married to until I can get the hell out. It's stunning what she's trying to do to other people in our family. Driving back to Texas tomorrow and into your arms, can't wait. It was clear for communications recent to this that they still had not met in person. Messages on June 27th showed Charles went to the airport to meet this gmail.com account person and found she never boarded. He communicated with her again on July 1st, where she asked for more money again. He said he had just spent $4.5 million on a business where he was and had to wait for it to start generating positive cash flow. He said, I have to be very conservative or Lori will see what I'm doing. That would not be good. On July 10th, Charles told this person that he was moving on and going back to the LDS Planet dating site. He did not send another message to this person, but this person sent him messages on July 13th and July 17th. So he was getting catfished. Now, this is interesting. Side note to this. This happens a lot. I talked to a gentleman that I know, and he was catfished by a girl, and he had spoken to this girl for almost a year, and she supposedly lived out east. And they had chit-chatted back and forth. They were getting quite close. This woman sent him a ton of pictures. He was sending her pictures back, like, how was your day? Blah, blah, blah. And then he kept saying, well, we need to meet. We need to meet. And she's saying, no, 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 no. And then it ended up being that it was her cousin's picture or something. And he did the whole year of that. I'm sure, I don't know for sure he sent money, but it seemed like it. I think he was just a little bit embarrassed to say it. So this happens all the time. And then imagine Charles hadn't been in the dating pool for 15 years, which is quite some time. I was out of the pool for 10 years, just married to my ex, my little boy's dad. And after that, it was quite a shock how different even dating online was from the 10 years before that. So Charles has been 15 years out of the loop. He has no clue. He's just starting to date again, and then he's getting caught in these scams. And then he went onto this dating site and then dated Nancy Joe. Deb's here for the comments. Interesting. Melissa says, Rachel Smith was interviewed about this case yesterday. She said something to the effect that prosecutors usually don't give everything they have when the defendant is their own attorney. Well, I feel like I'd love to know more about this. Thank you, Melissa, for letting me know. I'd love to know because it's really weird. Yes, I heard this too. Also that sometimes they set up a call and then there's some coercing going on about certain things, and then they say, if you don't give us money, we're going to show this. But I don't know what happened with Charles. I'm just saying in general. Catfish was probably Lori, no kidding. Monica says, one of the guys that works for my husband thinks he's talking to some girl he's never physically seen. He keeps sending her money all the time. My husband told him it's a scam, but he won't listen. This is the thing that happens a lot. Dee says, Lori really doesn't care about who is dead, brother, husband, boyfriend, wife, or her own kids. She just cares about smearing their name. She is deplorable. Agreed. I'm a little bit nervous about the state right at this point. David says, how do people fall for this crap? As soon as they ask for money, cut off communication. Yeah, but believe it or not, it happens quite a bit because they play on the heartstrings. And then, it's one of those things that happens to a lot of people. Oh. And especially ones who, may have not been in the dating game much, or, they're not sure what these scams are. It sounds like quite a few thousand that Charles was ripped off, but I don't know. Let me see what else I have here. Thousands of dollars, it just says. Sorry, guys, I'm getting a little bit tired here. Yeah. Yeah, it just looks like about that is thousands of dollars. So he did cut it off and said he was going to go back on the dating site. It is the best comments here. Chad did call the mortuary that day about the cremation. I played that yesterday. Guys, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday I played it, pretty sure. Or was that last week? Did I play that on Thursday? It's melting together. So either Thursday I played the calls or I played it yesterday. I can't remember. At lunchtime today, I played part of the discrepancies. So we got 20 minutes into that. So tomorrow we'll do another bit at lunch hour, and then we could do another bit on Thursday. Just 2 seconds. My little man just got back. Lily says, I have a friend who may be going through this now. Yeah. Am I doing well? I'm doing okay. Yes. Thank you. Trilogy Media has a YouTube where they bust these scammers. My oldest son watches one that's called Scam the Scammer or something like that. It's quite entertaining. It's been a while since I've seen it, but it's pretty funny. A lot of info snacks. Yes, Chad's funeral home call was so cringe and creepy. Agreed. I just would like a ballpark figure, please. New scams even use AI people. It's wild. You know what's interesting? Speaking of AI, I was offered this is crazy because I said absolutely not. I was offered $300 US, which is like a cajillion Canadian. I was offered $300 US. They wanted my likeness so that they could do brand deals, and I would have to spend 2 hours on some sort of video. They give me $300, and then they would use my likeness for brands as AI. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I don't care if it was $1 million. Absolutely not. What an embarrassment if Lori is found not guilty. How long, detectives? I mean, how long did it take you to write that report? Love seeing you guys too. Can relate to the cajillion in Canadian dollars. I'm in Ontario, just spent nearly $300 at grocery store to get 6 bags. 6 bags, yeah. I think I do not even bagging is $100. It's crazy. Plus, my son and I have to eat gluten-free, so there's that too. But yeah, it is hard. Yes, Lauren says, did anyone else notice when Lori was crossing the detective that interviewed her, she asked, did you realize JJ had autism? That could be taken 2 ways too, but yeah. But imagine that. Imagine if they used my likeness. They can take any brand, if that's what they were doing. They could take any brand and go, we're going to put Linda on as the face of this brand, and then say whatever we want her to say. So that's where it's like, no. Because I've actually done, in the last 2 months, I've done some brand deals offside, just little teeny ones. But I'm scripting and or I'm agreeing to their script or whatever, right? So to have them just choose my face and use AI and use my likeness, absolutely not. I like this detective. He talks to her like she's mad as a box of frogs. She's starting to get pretty snarky. I agree. I really wish they could bring in how kids were killed and how she took their money. I do too. Can you give us an update on when the show you were in with Melissa McCarthy will come out? That I believe is going to be in the fall if everything goes well. For those of you who don't know, I got to be on set for 2 days on the John Bonet show. There's a show that they're making with, I think it was Netflix, Melissa McCarthy and Clive Owen. And I was in 2 scenes. There was a possibility of a third, but then I had a crazy important doctor's appointment. I couldn't miss it. I waited a year to get in, so I couldn't do it. But I am a reporter in this John Bonet movie with Melissa McCarthy, the big, the Hollywood star. Not that I was within a scene, but I also was in a scene with, oh my gosh, why can't I think of it now? I'll get the names. I'll tell you tomorrow if I can remember. Can't believe I forgot now. True Detective, and there's another one. So I was in 2 scenes. So you'll get to see me in that. So I thought that's fun. That'll be, I think it's going to be in fall though, if everything goes smooth. It ended up in the yoga commercial. And actually, what's cool about that, okay, what's really cool about that, I got to wear like the old school leather skirt, and my hair was like in the little poof, back in John Bonet days. Let's just see. Yeah, in the 90s, right? Yeah, Boulder. It was set in Boulder, Colorado, which Colorado looks a lot like Canada in Colorado. So I'll be in it. Hopefully, we'll see me. I loved it. I did love it, and I've been in things before. Oh yeah, on Paramount. That's right. You're right. It was the Paramount production. Duh. This was in November. I went end of October and beginning of November. Of course, it was Paramount. So that was fun. I got to wear like, the clothing, the 90s shoes with the buckle and the nylons I loved the leather skirt. I loved it. Yeah. Yes, but okay, hang on. I got to find out. It's the actors from there and True something else. I'll get the names. I can't believe I can't remember it now. But there was 2 guys that are well-known actors that was in the scene. So it was awesome. Yeah. They did have my hair up. Anyway, that's what was happening. So I did get to go on. I would have loved to have been on more, but they wrapped, I think, in January or February. I would have loved to have been on with the actual scene with Melissa McCarthy. And the beautiful thing it was on John Bonet. So it was random how it happened. I ended up responding to this agent, and she said that was my first job. I haven't done that in, I don't know, 20 years, I think. It's been since I've been on set. And she said, "Hey, would you like to go on set tomorrow, or it was 2 days from now, and be on a true crime show?" And I started laughing. I was like, "Heck yeah, I do." I didn't get to meet Melissa McCarthy. No, it sucks. But yeah, I had a black leather skirt on with a frilly top, and then I had my hair all. That was one day, and then the other one I was in a pinstriped dress. Okay, maybe it wasn't True Detective. There's something. I'll find it, guys. I can't remember. Anyway, it'll come out. And I'll remember. But I got to go on 2 days, so it's great. Calgary, there's a lot of filming too. Shoulder pads were massive that time. It's gonna drive me crazy, but I'll remember. I'll dig into it and find out for you guys. And then when it comes out, we'll be able to do it. We'll be able to watch. Maybe a clip of me. It's been a long time since I've done that. I grew up doing theater. And I was in a few things, so but nothing crazy. All right. So we are going to go tomorrow at 10:30, which is 11:30. Actually, that's going to be noon. So it's regular hours again tomorrow. Today was earlier. Yesterday was earlier. But it looks like they're going from 10:30 to 4:30. And don't forget the half an hour time. So I will plug that in. And we'll get that set up. And yeah, we'll continue if you guys would like to do the continuation of the discrepancy video, or you can take a look at it on your own as well. It's up to you. Go check out the Charles Vallow series, because when this first came out, a lot of the things that I was, kind of ripping apart, and they're not mentioning any of these details yet in court. And I think it's so important that they need to really spell it out, especially for, for the jurors. So we're not allowed to even take a picture too of me in costume, because you get thrown out. You don't want that. All right, so we will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you to the moderators. Thank you for the super chats. That keeps me going. And I got to remember to put ads on after I say goodbye to you guys. And we will see you tomorrow. And hopefully Lori will have some snark and she will out herself. I mean, there's still time. We have 2 more days at least, or I guess potentially, that she can lose her marbles and Trina get sick of her. So there we go. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you soon.